Morning, everyone. I would like to ask the clerks to please let me know who's present in the hall and whether we have a quorum or not.
Senator Ada,
No,
Senator Agun, Senator Blas, Senator Calvo, Senator Cruz, Senator Espaldon, Senator Guthertz, Senator Munya Barnes, Senator Palacios, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Rector, Senator Respicio, Senator Taitagui, Senator Tenorio, Speaker Wampet,
present.
2, 4, 6, 8. Madam Speaker, I wish to report there is a quorum.
Thank you very much.
I would not have put that in.
Iminachenta na Legislature Guahan. The session is called to order. I would like to ask if Senator Tenorio can lead us in the prayer.
In the name of the Father, and the Son,
Son
and
of the
the
Holy
Spirit.
Spirit, amen.
Lord, help us to come together as a legislature, as a member of the representatives of our community, to try to guide and mold a good policy for our government, to do things in the best interest of all of our people. And Lord, today, help us to find a home in the interim for the John F. Kennedy High School students so that their parents, themselves, and our future will be able to have a full and sound education as a result of facilities that make it possible for them to enjoy the same benefits that the rest of our children should enjoy as well. In your name we pray. Amen.
Senator Ada, can you please lead us in the recitation of Inifresi?
Inifresi, ginini mas tatkilo gihina soko, imas takhulum gikurasonho, zani mas figo nanina sinaho, ofrecem maisazo para bairro proteger, jan who defendi I hinengi, I cultura, I linguaje, I airi, I hanum, janitano samoro, ni irin shaku diretso, gininas zu stata, esti who afitma gi hilo I Biblia, jani banderaho, I banderanguahan.
Can I ask Senator Frank Blas if you can lead us in the Guam hymn and Senator Tello in the national anthem?
Panogita moru, purita nota, kantai matunana gitoru ilugar. Arai honra, arai gloria, abiba isla sen para. Arai honra, arai gloria, abiba isla sen para. Todo I tempo I paz para hita, zangen in langit na bendición. Contra peligro na fan sa puham, Deus protege Island Guam. Contra peligro na fan sa puham, Deus protege Island Guam.
Thank you very much. Arthur? Yes. I'd like to ask the clerk to please take roll.
Senator Ada. Senator Blas. Senator Agan. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz. Senator Spaldon. Senator Gutherts. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio. Senator Taitagui. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampet. Madam Speaker, I wish to report there is a quorum.
Thank you very much. Senator Respicio, you're recognized on a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first motion is that Senators Calvo, Agan, and Espadon be excused from today's session.
On the motion without any objections, ordered.
Madam Speaker, I move to approve the legislative journal dated 5/26 to 5/29, 2009, subject to correction.
On the motion without any objections, ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are communications and petitions, and I move that they be appended to today's session agenda.
On that
journal,
motion,
rather.
without any objections, ordered.
Same with messages from the governor, Madam Speaker. There are messages from the governor, and I move that those messages be appended to today's session journal.
On that motion without any objections, and so ordered.
Thank you. There are no reports of standing committees, and likewise, there are no reports from select committees. And so under introduction and first reading of bills, I move that Bill number 122 to Bill number 164 and Resolution 126 to Resolution 139 be given its first reading.
And you want to include the legislative
And legislative
certificates?
certificate number 118 LS, I'm sorry.
And legislative certificate 118 LS. On that motion without any objections, so ordered. We are on motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at this point, I move that we set the session agenda, and under the second reading file, we have 2 items there. I move that those items be removed.
On that motion, are there any objections? No objections, ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under motions, I move to place Bill number 1 on the session agenda, and I understand that a request has been made to waive the public hearing requirement, and that you've rendered a decision on that request.
Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just for the record, the Committee on Appropriations conducted a hearing on Bill number 1. While there were no testimony offered in a previous referral, Bill number 1 was referred to the Committee on Economic Development. Committee on Economic Development did conduct a hearing and forwarded the results of that hearing to the Committee on Appropriations pursuant to a subsequent re-referral of Bill number 1. Bill number 1, the Committee on Appropriations, which I chair, has written up a committee report, actually, and has amended Bill number 1. And the committee report is available and is being circulated should the body wish to avail themselves of the information contained in that report. The amendments proposed by Bill number 1, as amended by the committee, basically reflect the changes in Bill number 1-4S, or Bill number 14-S, to include discussions that had, because of the matter being interrelated, that they reflected some of the changes that this body had enacted in passing Bill number 14S. And so we are ready to circulate the committee report if that's the desire of the body. Otherwise, pursuant to the request for certification, the speaker may so desire.
Madam Speaker, I thank the former speaker and the senator from Barrigada for that information. If there is a committee report being circulated, I'm sure you always agree that in the interest of public transparency that we try to have public hearings on all the bills that have been filed before us. And I'm very happy to hear that the Committee on Appropriations is circulating a committee report. You still obviously have the final authority to decide whether or not to go with a public declaration or just give the senator some time to have him file that committee report with the clerk. My recommendation is that we continue with the circulation of that committee report, Madam Speaker, and that we have that filed pursuant to our standing rules. And so I move to place Bill number 1 on the session agenda pending submission of that committee report, so then it'll qualify for placement on today's agenda.
On that motion then, are there any objections? No objections, then so ordered.
Madam Speaker, my final motion is that any resolutions or certificates of commendatory or condolence in nature be automatically introduced in today's session, be adopted, and that all senators be co-sponsors, and that the legal counsel and the author be authorized to make technical corrections.
On that motion, without any objections, so ordered.
Okay, and my other motion, my final motion is to adopt today's session agenda, given all the amendments that were adopted, motions that were adopted.
On that motion, are there any objections? No objections, so ordered. Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
So just Masi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that, notwithstanding the governor's veto, that Bill number 53, COR, appropriating funds to the Mayor's Council of Guam from the Guam Highway Fund for village street maintenance and beautification and other purposes, be placed in the voting file for the purpose of an override.
On that motion,
I'd like to speak on it.
okay, just so everybody knows that you're all on the same page, guys. It's a motion to place, notwithstanding the governor's veto on bill number 53 to be placed on the voting file, and Senator Pangilinan would like to speak on it. Senator Pangilinan, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bill number 53 seeks to appropriate money out of the Territorial Highway Fund to the Mayor's Council for the purpose of maintaining its ongoing operations and the critical needs for funding for its staff, as well as projects that are undertaken by the different mayors of the villages in service to the general public of those and the residents of each of those villages. There's some dispute in the veto message from the governor. His only message was the fiscal impact of Bill 53 upon the Guam Highway Fund will be significant. Bill 53 appropriates $1,600,000, which if passed will result in a shortfall of $727,000 to the Guam Highway Fund. Since the Guam Highway Fund cannot support the appropriation contained in Bill 53, he has vetoed the measure. There's some dispute, of course, with regards to what is the exact balance of the Guam Highway Fund and the exact appropriation levels of the Guam Highway Fund. And part of it results from the way that a charge against the Guam Highway Fund is treated for the purpose of funding another appropriation called the Better Public Services Fund. The revenues that reflect the proceeds of the Territorial Highway Fund includes, of course, vehicle registration and other taxes and fees collected by the Department of Revenue and Taxation, in which 10% of those fees are collected and remitted to the Better Public Service Fund. In coming about the estimates, the Bureau of Budget and Management basically took the $800,000 out of the top line and reflected it into what we call the bottom portion out of revenues out of the Territorial Highway Fund and placed it as just an appropriation of an expense. If you recognize that 893, then the total revenues of the Territorial Highway Fund would be sufficient to meet the appropriation level. Nevertheless, of course, Madam Speaker, in our analysis, we believe that there is enough, at least the Office of Finance and Budget believes that there is enough funding remaining within the Territorial Highway Fund to absorb or to fund, at the minimum, if the governor is really interested in funding the needs of the mayors, then he could have line item vetoed this, and if he truly believes that the 1.6 will not be realized, that instead what we'll have is a shortfall of 700, then he could have line item vetoed this and given the mayors $1 million or $900,000 and allowed funding for some of the mayor's programs that are critical to the service needs of the community. Instead, he just vetoed the entire thing, and really it's because he's making a decision there in terms of what the priority is. At the minimum, there's an additional $1 million in the Territorial Highway Fund. We believe there's more. And as such, I want to provide that balance of what's in that fund to the mayors up to 106. So the governor, if we override this and appropriate the $1.6 million and authorize then that appropriation and fund that appropriation, he can always, as he does fit and see and does every day, only release the allotment for what he finds to be the balance in those accounts. So it doesn't require him, and he's done this. That's how he was able to take $6 or $7 million out of the appropriation for the operations of the different departments and agencies of the government of Guam and give it over to the court for the $1 Million Monday payments. That was never appropriated, but he found that he could transfer that money and so forth, and that he found that there was an existing balance in the general fund to allow him to do that. He can do the same with the Territorial Highway Fund and only take the money and release the money, release the allotment up to what he decides he's going to make available. Well, we know that in vetoing this bill, he's decided he's not going to make this available to the mayors. And I find that, for me, as a policymaker, unacceptable policy. I don't believe that the mayor should be relegated to whatever need. The governor has not even indicated what he's going to use the balance in the Guam Highway Fund for. He didn't even tell us, hey, I'm vetoing this because the one that you want to give to the mayor because I want to use it for this, or I need to fund this obligation. Nothing. He just like, I don't know, didn't like it. I say that's not sufficient. He does not give me sufficient reason to sustain his veto in his message. 3 lines, maybe 35 words, I mean, he could have put a little more thought into this, more explanation to try and convince us, don't do this. And had he done that, I might have given it some consideration. But just to say, it's not enough, I think to me is not good enough answer for me to go out there and face the mayors who are being faced by their constituents every single day for services that they need in order to provide, to the residents of the villages. And what are we going to tell them? The governor wasn't feeling well that day, or because we don't know. We don't know what other priority he is putting ahead of the mayors. And if he told me what those were, I may agree with him. I may decide, you're right, Governor. I'm going to put those priorities ahead of the mayors, just like you are, and I will sustain your veto. But he leaves me nothing, and it's sad. It's sad that this is the level of communication of our decisions and our policy to try and get to something, get to an agreement. So I can't agree with this veto. I can't agree with whatever he's trying to tell me with this because I have to guess because he won't say it. And I can't agree with the priorities and where he is placing the mayors in terms of the priorities of their needs to serve the people in the villages. And therefore, I ask my colleagues for their consideration and the override of this veto. Thank you.
I apologize. The only hand that I saw go up to want to speak is Senator Tenorio. Are there any other senators who wish to speak on the motion to override? Thank you. Senator Tenorio recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the mover, immediately preceding speaker, with regards to the motion to override this veto. It's a rare day for me to stand in opposition to a veto from our governor. And the reason for it is because we all understand that there is limited resources of the government, that perhaps there was a calculation error somewhere along the way. But, you know, there was three main sponsors, Senator Eddie Bazacalvo, Speaker Judy T. Wanpat, and myself, and many other sponsors that voted for this measure based on sound financial information. Senator Calvo was aware, coming out of the Office of Ways and Means, Finance and Budget, depending on the evolution, the name of that committee as it's changed from term to term, that there was actually $1.6 million in this fund. That this fund was necessary to be able to take care of some of these woefully needy things that our mayors are trying to take care of. And Senator Calvo, when introducing this bill, did seek out bipartisan support and obtained it. But the previous speaker makes a very good point, which is that there could be an option that the governor could say, you know, we don't have the money, so we're going to reduce the amount by X sum. And the $727,000, I think he indicated, would be the shortfall, would be reduced by the total, and he would give us some accounting as to how that is that it was a shortfall, because maybe the financial figures he's looking at are different from the ones that were given to this legislature. But we don't know what that is. And given the circumstances and the dire situation in many of our villages, our mayors need to have these monies. They need to be able to take care of the constituents' needs, be able to take care of our roadways, and this $1.6 million would go a long way to making that happen. Unfortunately, Senator Calvo is not here to make this motion, and I thank the good gentleman from Barrigada for doing so, because it was one of the things that we had planned as well to make sure that we push through this legislature and ask all of our colleagues to support. Because the mayors, in whatever sums that they get, hopefully it's the 1.6 million, but if there's justification and financial accountability that says why they should not receive that $1.6 million, then we'd all like to see it. I think you yourself included. So I stand in support of this override measure and the motion to override the governor's veto on this particular bill, because it's necessary. Senator Calvo, Senator Wanpat, Speaker Wanpat, and myself, as well as all the other members, I believe, voted for this bill to make sure that we give the mayors the resources that they need. So I want to applaud, of course, the primary author and, of course, the mover of this particular motion, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. Jesus Masim, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Tenorio. Senator Palacios, I noticed your hand went up. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too rise in support of the override. I cannot add any more to what the good senator from Barrigada, the presentation that he made sense to me. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I read the letter that was sent by Senator Eddie Bazacalvo, essentially correcting the, I guess, misunderstanding or miscalculation or misestimation by the governor's office with respect to no funding and so forth. I am convinced that I think there is sufficient funding to fund the purpose, the program that Veto Bill 53 proposes to provide. And on that basis, I think this body is well convinced that there is funding for this. And I'm convinced with that, and I rise in support, because the veto message is essentially just saying there's no money. This body is saying there is money, and I agree with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Palacios. Any other speakers? If not, Senator Pangilinan, do you wish to close? Do you wish to make a motion at this point, or is that sufficient?
Just want to say, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate my motion then, that notwithstanding the objections of the governor, vetoed bill number 53 be placed in voting file for the purpose of an override.
Thank you very much. On that motion, there being no objection, so ordered. Are there any other motions that we wish to address at this point, or do you wish to ask? Oh. Can we just take a short recess? Madam Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to accept Bill 1 as substituted by the Committee on Appropriations. I don't have the full title of the committee, but by the Appropriations Committee, and further substituted by the author.
On that motion, Senator Pangilinan? There being no objections, so ordered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to then make a motion then to place Bill number 1 as substituted by the committee and further substituted by the author on the third reading with discussion. Yes. So now it's for third reading with discussion. Then later on, I'll make a motion to go into committee of the whole.
Okay. Any objection to that motion?
To place. It's no, but I'm putting in the substituted version. No, yes, we just did that. It was just it was accepted, and then now a motion to place. No, we're not, with discussion. So,
All right. Any objection? There being no objection, so ordered.
no, not yet. And so now the other motion then I would like to make would be for the body to resolve in the committee of the whole, so that then we can bring in the government officials then, so that they can participate in the discussion of the substituted bill.
Any objection to that motion? There being no objection, so ordered. Let's just take a short recess so we can invite in those that have been asked to attend and testify.
Can I just ask the Sergeant of Arms to verify that all of the officials that were requested to be here are here, and once you do that, we'll begin. Committee of the Whole, Minatenta na Legislature Guahan is in session. I would like to just state for the record that we are in the Committee of the Whole for the discussion of Bill Number 1, LS, as substituted by the committee and further substituted by the author, if that's the correct title. And do all members of the body have the appropriate bill at this time? I just want to make sure. And the bill, though, Madam Speaker, if I may ask, is the being the author, the bill that we're discussing then is the bill titled, although the bill is, as the motion was made to accept Bill 1 LS as amended by the committee and further substituted by the author. But the designation of the bill is Bill Number 1 LS introduced by, as substituted by the author. That's the version?
Yes.
Okay, so just to make sure
I
that,
just didn't put in the,
as
right.
amended by committee.
You're right, because I didn't
Okay.
know that there was a committee report at the time that
All
I
right.
prepared this.
So does each member of the body understand then that the version of the bill we're dealing with?
Mr. Chairman, there's just that designation will be corrected later on.
That will be corrected later on, but for the purpose of facilitating discussion, that is the bill under discussion. The rules of the Committee of a Whole will be that, once again, we will have and make available 5 minutes for the general discussion of the bill to members of the body, and then upon the conclusion of the 5-minute general discussion, we will then entertain the bill on a section-by-section basis, and the motions that will be accepted by the chair would be a motion to delete or amend any section of the bill. So as we proceed further in the discussion. Is that clear to everyone? All right. At this time, the chair would like to recognize the members of the administration that have been requested to be present this morning for this session. To the far right, to my far right, is Mr. Andy Leon Guerrero, who's the Deputy Director of the Department of Public Works. Next to him is Mr. Patrick Mason, the Chief Deputy for the Civil, or Deputy Attorney General for the Civil Division of the Attorney General's Office. Next to him is Mr. Philip Tardinko, the Chief Deputy of the Attorney General, out of the Attorney General's Office. To my left immediately is Mr. Ray Haddock, the Legal Counsel to the Governor. Next to him is Ms. Bertha Duenas, the Director of the Bureau of Budget and Management. Next to her is Mr. Tony Blas, the Executive Director of the Guam Economic Development Authority. And next to him is Mr. Lester Carlson. I'm not sure Business Development and Marketing Manager of the Guam Economic and Development Authority. At this time, I then would like to defer then for the initial discussion on the bill to the author of the bill, Speaker Wampat. All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to just kind of briefly discuss what has transpired since the passing of 1-4S in this body. That what had happened was that when we received notice, from the First Lady, from the Congresswoman about the use of the ARA monies, for the rebuilding of JFK, at least I can only speak for myself, the excitement, of course, that we would be able to use then the ARA monies, that was the initial motivation, I guess, for 1-4S. And I had supported the bill itself. Thereafter, when it reached the governor's office, then more information came about, and which had then basically prompted me to move for the original Bill 1. And one of those, one of the reasons is that there was this, of course, announcement that there would be $108 million that would be available for education. And it's not just for GPSS, but for all three institutions. And to my disappointment, of course, is that when the breakdown was actually given to me, was that there was this 18.2% in which then will become discretionary use of the monies that can be used by the governor. Secondly, there's a request of $9 million that GCC is requesting for, $17 million for UOG. The remaining amount then out of that, the ARA monies then would be actually $62 million that would be available for GPSS. And if we take then the $30 million that was originally in Bill 14S, then we would end up with, GPSS would end up with then an amount of $32 million. And recently, you know that we've been through the GPSS budget and looking at the capital improvement projects. When we calculated the amounts, it was a little over $11 million. And that's not with all the schools. We didn't even calculate the request that maintenance had submitted in terms of what they needed to do to go and repair and maintain our schools. We also know that there was $19 million that was made available from the CIP bonds for GPSS is to address a lot of those maintenance and repairs and even for compliance with ADA. But as we all know, that since the task force that has gone out to the schools, our schools have been closing down primarily because of failure to meet the 14 points. And as a result of that, we're only looking at an amount of about $6 million left in that CIP, and all the monies that basically gone just to do what I consider a Band-Aid type of maintenance to the schools. And by having then, in essence, remove and take now the $30 million that was from our monies to go and rebuild, rehabilitate JFK, to ask whether that would be the best use of the ARA monies. I had made a phone call then to the JFK exit team that went in to assess JFK when it first closed, and exactly what would it take then and how much money would it take to repair the schools. And to do an immediate short-term repair of the schools, then they were actually giving JFK a life of anywhere between maybe 3 to 7 years, even 10 years the max. And that was just immediate, just to get it open, and the amount of money we were going to spend with that would not be worth it. To do a long-term repair of the facility, excuse me, was estimated to take 3 years. And the 3 years' time is to try to bring JFK then up to standards, up to codes, the building code. It would take about 3 years, and the amount may go up to approximately $30 million. And that's, I guess, where then the figure came in for the ARA monies. Now, when I had asked about what the life expectancy then would be of JFK for a renovation versus a new building, is that then we're looking at a renovation of anywhere between 15 to a 20-year lifespan. And what would happen with a new JFK to start bottom up is that we can double the life then of JFK anywhere to 40 to even 50 years versus 20 to 25 years. In addition to that is that I had some conversation with GETCA to find out then where are they with the JFK, with the RFP for JFK. And my understanding is that the IBC, who had then was awarded the RFP, that they should by July, the first week of July, be able then to sign a contract with them. And the rumor that IBC was not able to financially move forward with the building is false, that they do have their financing. They are ready to finance it, build it, and operate it. There is also the concern that if there was any deviation in the RFP, that the other companies were ready to contest, any change that would be made by the government. And we were, of course, very cautious to make sure that we didn't do that, because by doing that, not only would we be faced with a contest, but then there would be an additional delay again to go out with a new RFP. Then a phone call also that we made to Cortec was to find out basically is that if Cortec is still willing, in spite of the fact then that the whole contract, Bill 14S actually addressed a year-to-year lease based on the availability of funds, whether they were still willing to move forward and enter an agreement with the government to provide an interim facility for JFK. And my understanding then, by speaking with Mr. Tenorio, that a new contract was drafted and, as a matter of fact, signed by himself and the company and the governor. But as of today, I received a copy of it, and it has everyone's signature. That means it went through the entire the different departments whose signatures are required. So that then there is that one-to-one, year-to-year lease. But there is a section that was put in, and that's a 120-day notice that would be needed for either party then to make their wishes known, whether to renew or not to renew, to give them the company sufficient time to do something else with their facility. So having all this information, of course, available, and I know for the most part, some of them were available to all of us, but the last link here at the time that was really needed was Cortec, where they're still willing to go on an interim and use it as an interim and for a year-to-year basis. And since that is secured, then the last link now to really have JFK then actually built new, and the best use of our dollars will be to build it new. And that's when I made a decision then is to pull then the bill that I introduced on January of this year, Bill number 1, the first bill for this legislature, and that is then to authorize tax credits to the lessors for the temporary location of JFK High School campus at Tejan. So what I did, Mr. Chairman, is that the bill in Bill 14S that was a contention, which was the certification definition, I did not include, but I took the other definitions that we had discussed at length and made it as part of Section 2 in the definitions. And then the other is that the tax, I took out, I also used what's on 1.4, which is the payment of lease expenses, which also was discussed at length. And let me see, I'm trying to see where my bill is here. And the other language, which would be the appropriations for the first year lease and for the purchase of the collateral equipment, which I also have on Section 4. So in essence, if you look at the bill, that everything that's stricken out will be from the original bill, which is amended then to whatever you can see that's underscored. So I'm asking my colleagues for their support in this piece of amendment, a bill and amendment, as amended. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Senator Tenorio, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the previous speaker as well for giving the very thorough and appropriate explanation of why we're here at this point. And I'm going to be very brief, Mr. Chairman, because I think we've already been down this road before. A lot of what we see in this bill is similar to, if not identical to, what we had previously. I don't think there's really a need to belabor this issue too deeply. I do want to make sure that at the end of this we have a good bill, but I also want to make sure that at the end of it that one of those posters that's on the board that says give us a reason to celebrate actually means something, because those JFK students that are in our public hearing room, along with all the other JFK students and their parents, need a reason to make sure that next year they have an actual full year to study in a facility which is appropriate and is befitting of a high school environment. With that, Mr. Chairman, we also want to make sure, at least me, and I ask my colleagues to expeditiously do this, not haste, but to do it as quickly as we can to make sure that these students understand that this legislature is going to move with the efficiency that is appropriate, but to make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, there's a few issues that each, I'm sure, one of our members will have with this bill on what the purposes are. There's an issue of business privilege tax. Does that mean GRT? Does it mean everything under the business privilege tax umbrella? And those are some of the questions that I will have. But I look forward to hopefully concluding the discussion on this bill today so that we can actually deliver it to our governor. He can sign it hopefully into law, and then we can actually have a contract that will accommodate the housing needs for Guam John F. Kennedy School population. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the body wish to make some general comments on the bill? Senator Guthers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, colleagues and visitors. My hope is that we get this done and get it done right so we don't have to come back and do it again. And I think we have a plan. Senator Wampat has offered a plan. And unless I can see any reason not to support that plan, I think we have a way to go forward. I do want to say, though, one of the hiccups in this whole process is having not had adequate information coming from the governor's office in a timely manner. The last time we were together, we thought we had come to a resolution, and then we didn't hear anything for, it's almost 2 weeks now. And what we have heard, to be very frank with you, especially to representatives of the administration, has been what we've been reading in the newspaper. That is not the way to communicate with the legislature. So I hope that we'll get more information up front during this committee on the whole, and that we're able to construct this bill to resolve this matter once and for all, so that the students will know that they'll have a new school within 9 months, hopefully, and they'll have a temporary home in August. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Guthers. Speaker Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Masi, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I certainly support what is being attempted in this presentation today, but not with total abandon, you might want to say, with regards to what are we getting ourselves into. It's unfortunate that the authorizations that are being given here are not brand new. They actually have been existing, and they've existed for a time that would have prevented a double session, maybe, if done correctly, if people within those sphere of responsibility for making sure that doesn't happen had done their job. But it was kind of like, we're just going to kind of go along. We're here because this legislative body put some fire underneath an ember that people were forgetting what we were here for. We're here because actually discussing a new campus for JFK, because we put it at the front, this legislative body. We forget of what we were called into special session for. It was to give a 10-year campus, temporary campus for JFK students, nothing else. That's why we were called into special session, was because the governor had a proposal to lease Tizan for 10 years at a cost of $60 million as a temporary site for JFK. Now you tell me, I thought the goal was to build a new campus for JFK. And what the end result was being presented to the legislature was, well, you know what? Maybe we'll just do a 10-year temporary campus. Doesn't make sense. And so this body said, you can have the temporary campus. We all want that. We all want to have the opportunity to put the students in an atmosphere that is more conducive to the double sessions at GW and JFK. And there was even a plan that we invest in GPSS facilities for a temporary solution to the need for a new JFK campus. There was even a working group that had looked at a retrofitting of GPSS facilities that could be used beyond the temporary use so that we can take the double sessions out of GW and at least put that schedule back to normal, while the idea at that time was having a temporary double session campus at Chief Brody and the annex at JFK, and making that investment into those facilities that will belong to GPSS and the people of Guam. And somehow the discussions continued to morph into other concerns and other agendas, I guess you might want to say. And I have an agenda. And I think that my agenda is very, very clear. My agenda is that we get a temporary facility for the students at this time, and we get a permanent facility at the JFK campus. And we do it in the best interest of the children and the people of Guam, and we make the investment in the facilities that will belong to the people of Guam. And so I look at this whole thing from a macro perspective while keeping the focus on that macro policy effect on the micro of the problem, and that is the students and the new JFK campus. And we had that. We had that solution in Bill 14S. As a matter of fact, everyone is now scrambling to make sure that we have a contract for a permanent facility because of that agenda I set when we had the discussion in 4S, and that this body supported. That we need to ensure and assure the students that that temporary facility is just that, temporary. And temporary is not 10 years. Temporary is not 5 years. Temporary may be at the maximum 2 years, and certainly at the minimum a year. That's temporary. And that's the same agenda I have with the discussion today as I had with the discussion on 1-4S. Is that the two be linked. They are Siamese twins. You disjoint the two and one of them will die. And let me tell you what's going to die. It's not the temporary campus that's going to die. It's going to be the permanent campus that is going to die if you separate the two. And I don't think the students want that. Certainly know that they don't want it. The parents don't want it. I don't want it. And I'm going to try to convince my colleagues that these twins need to be joined in order to survive. And that we have to take a look at what it's going to cost us to do this. Because everyone was almost willing to go along with a 10-year lease at $60 million. Because the students were being leveraged and used to justify spending $60 million on a temporary facility, because we all are committed to ending double session. And almost we were told, you have no choice. This is what the landlord wants. You have no choice. If you don't give him 10 years and $60 million to the governor and the lease that he signed, you will have double session. And you can't because that's what they want. Well, we kind of stood our ground and said, if we're going to negotiate, let's negotiate a little bit. And we negotiate. And what are we ending up with? We're ending up with a landlord who truly says, look, I'm trying to do you a favor by making this facility available to you. You asked for 10 years. I gave you 10 years. You say you don't need it for 10. All right, let's work something out. But can you just imagine if this body just sat down, how much money $60 million is that we would have just given out? Because that's what the governor negotiated and that's what he wanted? And that he told us you cannot change it at all? This is not the first time that this body has been backed into a corner by this administration to say, you have no choice, this is the only way to go. And they do it at the 24th hour. I think, you know what, every time they want something that they really want, they hold it until it's almost the deadline, then they send it down here. First of all, they go into that closet and read that blackmail banner, then come down here and try to do it to us. You know, the governor hanged that blackmail banner sign. That's what he keeps trying to do to this body. By giving us something at the last minute and saying, if you don't do it, the kids are going to suffer. Never mind the $60 million price tag for something that we don't need, that we can get away with by only paying 3.5 or 3.8. Let's just give them 60. That's what they asked for. That's what I told them they could get. That's what I want to give them. And if you don't do it, the kids are going to suffer. Well, the kids don't want us. The kids are in high school. They can add. They know it doesn't make sense. And so this body, I think in its actions, has always done things in a deliberate but expeditious manner, looking at all the ramifications and all of the agendas involved. You know, the late great basketball coach from UCLA had a book, and his title was Be Quick But Don't Hurry. Because we need to act quickly, but the governor always tries to give it to us at the last minute so that we hurry and make the mistake. So that we hurry and say, we don't have any other choice, we can't do anything else, we got to give a $60 million contract for a temporary problem. And you just got to do it. You just got to do it now. You got to do it now. Can't do this. You have to do this. You have to come in here, a special session. You have to, you know, hoping that we're going to just roll over and say, you're right. Well, we are acting quickly. We're not hurrying, but we are acting quickly. And I think that is the duty that we have to the people of Guam, and certainly the responsibility we have to the children that will be using that permanent JFK campus when it's built. Because it is when it's built. And we will not put them in a temporary place for any length of time beyond what is necessary to move them to a permanent place. And it's not 10 years, and it's not 5 years, and it can't be more than 2. But if we don't link the two, mark my words, we will waste $60 million of the government's money and the people's money and get nothing for the children in terms of a permanent solution. So I look forward to the discussion on the bill and quick action by this body that is not hurried, but certainly studied and deliberate. And so I thank my colleagues and thank the Speaker for this session. Situs Masik.
Buen provecho, Speaker Pangilinan. Is there anybody else who wants to speak? Senator Matt Rector, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, with the previous speakers, agree. We need to do what's right by the children of Guam and get them out of a a less than optimum situation as fast as possible. But at the same time, we have a responsibility not to burden those children when they do finish high school with an untenable debt that they will have to live with. Most of us in this room are, I shouldn't say old, but we're definitely not young. And when we go forward with this big 30-year debt, this isn't something that we're going to have to deal with as much as it's something they're going to have to deal with. We have to make sure that we are fiscally responsible, not just to the current government of Guam and not just to our body and our current budget, but we have to be fiscally responsible for the children that are going to be the leaders, that are going to graduate from JFK High School, that are going to be absorbing and dealing with the debt we are throwing on them even today. And henceforth, we need to be incredibly careful with what we do. This is a large quantity of money, and since I've been in this legislature, which is not all that long, we have borrowed, almost $500 million at this point, and we need to really be careful as to how we move forward with this. And at the end, we have to talk about whether this is a quality situation. Double sessions are bad, without a doubt. And a temporary school for the JFK students is something that would be nice to have. But I still worry whether the current one that's selected is going to make for a better educational environment. I worry that we are picking this, there might be other agendas involved, but mainly just out of convenience. It's the building we have. But it's also the building that is right next to a runway that has 11 jets during the school day taking off. And I haven't figured out how many are landing during that period as well. And the studies I see that say that that is not conducive to learning. As a matter of fact, it's just the opposite. 1. 2, the studies that I have read also say that not only does it hurt the children's ability to learn, but it also does physiological damage to these children. And that concerns me. So it leaves us with quite a dilemma on how we go forward. I'm quite disappointed with where we've gotten at this point. This is a problem that, once again, I inherited from the last legislature and the governor. But I think the legislature has done a pretty good job of giving the governor the tools they need to go forward. But a year ago is not the same as today. Things have changed in the last year. Things have changed radically, not just on Guam, but on the global scale. So we have to balance all these factors when we look at what to do and whether we want to have a temporary campus. Maybe because it's politic or maybe because it's expedient. We want to do this thing and get everybody off our backs, and then the paper won't be writing nasty editorials that the legislature hasn't done anything and we've given these kids this temporary campus, and then 2 years from now when the kids we see their SAT scores have dropped and we've seen that there's physiological damage and we see that they're not getting into the colleges of their choice and we see that we can no longer move forward and borrow money to do the things that we need to do because we're too busy paying off the debt that we incurred this time, then what are we going to do? Well, maybe a lot of us might not even be in the legislature by the time that hits. But you know what? Maybe those kids from JFK are. So we need to be very careful of what we do, and I'm carefully looking at this bill and trying to figure out ways that we can move forward without damaging our children and burden them with a debt that they will have to live with. Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator Rector. Is there anybody else on the main bill? If not, based on the rules of engagement, we'll go section by section.
Thank you very much. We're now, all members of the body wishing to speak on and make general comments on the bill have done so. It's 1 p.m. Do we want to continue or do we want to take a lunch break? Yes. There's a motion to recess and come back at 2. No objections. We'll take a lunch break and come back at 2. Here at 2, as well as the representatives from the Attorney General's office, DPW, and Mr. Haddock from the Governor's office. We're still waiting for the other representatives of the administration to be here, and that's the reason why we still have not convened and began our session. So we'll wait for another 5 minutes. If they don't show, then we'll request the body to begin deliberation on the bill, and we'll instruct the Sergeant at Arms to continue efforts to contact them and get them down here. So we'll be in recess for 5 more minutes. Discussion on the bill, and we'll now go through the bill section by section. Once again, the motions that are in order for this portion of the discussion would be a motion to to amend or to delete the section under discussion. We will begin with the title. The title will be amended dependent upon action taken by the body with regards to the substantive portions of the bill. So we are now on Section 1, Legislative Findings and Intent. Any discussion on the motion? By the way, you may discuss the section during an amendment or a motion to delete. So, Section 1. Any discussion on Section 1? Any amendment? Any motion to delete? None? Section 1. Section 2. The discussion on Section 2? Speaker and then Senator Titlewood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is probably what Senator Titlewood might want to do as well, because we were actually talking about just before we went into session, but I'll now go ahead and do it anyway. On line 15, because if you look at the definition of lease, I said we're going to be leasing the facility, but we're not leasing this time the collateral equipment, because if you read in the other sections, there is the appropriations for a direct purchase. So I'd just like to delete line 15, the words "and collateral equipment," and just put a period after the JFK High School.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I couldn't hear you.
On page 2,
Page 2,
line 15.
line 15.
Is to put a period after, line 14, put a period after JFK High School, and
Okay.
then to delete the words "and collateral equipment," because we're not leasing the collateral equipment. Because,
All right.
unless I'm wrong, maybe unless legal counsel wants to interpret that, because if you look on Section 4, it's an outright purchase of the equipment.
Well,
Can we ask maybe Ray Haddock?
all right, there's a motion. The motion is to delete, to place a period at the end of school on line 14 of page 2, and delete the words "and collateral equipment" inclusive of the period. The question is being directed at the Governor's legal counsel.
Yes, only because, yeah, you're right, because, and my reason, unless
Yes.
he will know more specifically, I guess, because he signed the contract, is that there is a direct appropriation here now to purchase equipment, and not by the company, and it's not a lease, so immediately it will be owned by the government.
All right. Mr. Haddock, did you wish to respond to the question?
I don't believe that there's any problem with the language as it stands. However, if you want to have it a little bit clearer, since it does say that this is for the lease shall mean the contract between the lessor and the government of Guam, and collateral equipment is contained within the contract. You could put before collateral equipment, you could put the purchase of collateral equipment. So it would cover the lease of the premises and the purchase of the collateral equipment.
Well, I had only received it, I know, today, and I'm trying to see if I could find it somewhere. But I know I had heard this in conversations with the JFK Task Force and the school administration, that there might be language that in the maintenance lease, whether it would include replenishing or maintenance and repair of these equipment. But I know it's not a lease, and I just want to make sure that it's understood that we're not leasing the collateral equipment here.
Okay. So the amendment is, again, to delete the words "and collateral equipment." And I had Senator Tide agree, Senator Cruz, and then Senator Tenorio on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree taking collateral equipment out because I think it's already in the contract that has already been signed with the definition of collateral equipment and with regards to the lease as well. And I'm not sure with if we should also take that in C as well, the definition under C, Section 2C, with collateral equipment being there as well, if that would be any would follow the same suit to be taking that out, deleting collateral equipment. Because in the contract, it stipulates and defines what collateral equipment and what we're obligated to do and what brings forth to us in that contract. So I'd like to agree with that as well. And then also make a couple other changes, but I'll wait till this.
Okay.
Okay.
Senator Cruz.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Haddock may have hit it on the head that we need to have "and the purchase of the collateral equipment," because unless I'm mistaken, it's the intent of this legislature to appropriate money from the 010 budget. Unless somebody has found $4.5 million to purchase it immediately, I think we are asking the lessor to purchase it for us with their money, and we will reimburse them when we get to the 2010 or find some other money. But right now, I don't know if anybody in the government has $4.5 million lying around to wire to the collateral equipment companies for that. So it may be you need to put in "and the purchase of," because you're asking them to do that for us.
Are you
So, Mr. Chairman, then
intending to make that amendment to the amendment?
Then I'd like to amend it to reflect what Mr. Haddock has told us, that it should have "and the purchase of the collateral equipment," because we're asking the lessor to do it.
yeah. So I would withdraw my amendment then.
All right, Speaker Wampad, you will withdraw your amendment, and there's no objection to the withdrawal of the amendment?
No objection.
No objection. Senator Cruz, you are now suggesting that we add the words "and the purchase of."
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Purchase of after the word "and" on line 15.
Correct.
Okay. On that amendment.
So then, it would read then, Mr.
Hold on, Senator Tero. The amendment would be that on line 15, we would add the words "the purchase of" after the word "and," and that sentence would end reading "and the purchase of collateral equipment." And that's the amendment that's on the floor at this time. And Senator Palacios had his hand up. Okay.
So just in line with that, maybe a point of inquiry. Of course, when we get to Section 4, there will be the appropriation.
Yes.
And there's a distinction there as to, for example, the $4.5 million is for collateral equipment to be owned, of course, by the government of Guam. But with the Cruz amendment, it might be construed that the $9 million is for lease and equipment, but at the end of the lease of 1 year, would then the collateral equipment be owned by the lessor? We have to clarify that. See? Because if the 9 million is the lease package to include renting and for them to buy the equipment, then again it can be because so that they would own then the equipment because at the onset we gave them a $9 million lease, rental plus whatever. I think Section 4 is pretty clear that the 4.5 is for collateral equipment to be purchased and to be owned by the government of Guam. And it should be like that, I think. I'm not objecting to the Cruz Amendment. That's why I say point of clarification, that's all.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. On the Cruz Amendment, to add the words "and the purchase of" after the word "and" on land 15. Any objections? No objections? The amendment carries. Make sure that the clerk has a copy of the amendment. Okay. Definition, Section 2. Senator Ada and then Senator Tidegree.
On that same Section 2B, it talks about then the lease will be for the lease and maintenance of interim facilities and purchase of collateral equipment. Now, it's not clear whether what we're paying, because I think originally the discussion was that they were going to purchase the equipment and then they were also going to maintain it. So it's not clear whether they're just going to purchase the equipment and whether the maintenance is still a part of that, of the equipment. Because in Section 4, see the 4.5 million is to be used for collateral equipment. See, I think the new lease that was entered into is not clear whether that year to year. I recall the discussion before was basically we will pay them just for the lease of the facility, and then we were going to buy the equipment, and the maintenance of that equipment was not going to be part of it. But it's hard to say because I haven't seen the lease. Now, if the lease doesn't say that, but the bill is saying that a lease will include the maintenance. No, I guess it doesn't. I guess that Section 2B basically is just the lease of maintenance of the facility, but then there's no lease, there's no maintenance of the collateral equipment.
Okay. Did you wish to?
No, I guess I just needed some clarification. Maybe, Mr. Haddock can clarify that.
Yes. Mr. Haddock?
I'm not exactly too sure what the question was. Were you asking, is there going to be maintenance on the collateral equipment that's being purchased?
That's correct. That's exactly the question. As
the contract stands right now, no. The purchase of the collateral equipment will be transferred to the government of Guam and become the personal property of the government of Guam. In regards to there is a maintenance of the building area, but not of the collateral equipment.
Okay, all right, thank you.
There was a provision previously that allowed for replacement costs of collateral equipment, but that was taken out.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I have Senator Tidegreen and then Senator Cruz.
Then, Mr. Chair, thank you. I would like to add then an amendment that would add a section D to the definitions on, an additional letter D to Section 2, and the definition drawn up by legal counsel to reflect the definition of collateral that's in the contract to be added to this.
Okay. Do you have that amendment?
Yeah, no, I don't, but I'm requesting that maybe legal counsel, can draw up the definition for collateral that will reflect the same as the contract that's in place right now. That might be able to cover that area in this discussion with regards to collateral. And so it's an amendment to ask legal counsel to drop those
Okay.
for definition.
In order to act on that amendment, we need to get it drafted so we can look at it.
Okay, so I request the help of legal counsel because he's very much aware of the...
Are you requesting it from
Yes.
the governor's legal counsel or?
Our legal counsel, along with the help of the governor's legal counsel to...
I'll tell you what, I'm going to call for just a short recess then while we discuss what your intention is. have you discuss it with the legal counsel
Okay,
for that purpose. So just a short recess. Tideway.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I withdraw my amendment to the definitions, including the definitions
All
for, definition for collateral in this section.
On the request of the Senator Tideway to withdraw, any objections? No objections? All right. Any other discussion, amendment, addition or deletion of section 2? Senator Tideway?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just grammar as far as the definitions in Section 2, letter A, it, to replace shall mean to just means. This is a definition, it's not an act. By using shall mean is an act. This is a definition, so I would like to make an amendment to strike out shall and keep place in there just means.
On the
And that it refers to down like to A, B, and C.
On the amendment by Senator Tideway to delete the word shall in and replace with means. Yeah.
It's just a simple grammar, that's all. It's not an act, it's a definition, people.
Yes, but and that would be to remove the word shall on
and add an S
subsection
to
A,
means.
B, and C, and replace and add S to means.
Yes.
Senator Palacios on the amendment.
My take on this, Mr. Chairman, is the use of the word shall is a matter of emphasis, and it means no other but what it means here. For example, Governor of Guam shall mean the Governor of Guam and shall mean no other thing. But that's how I see it, and I think there is an application of this particular word in this instance, in my opinion.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
So is that an objection?
I object. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this, in my opinion.
I agree.
Thank you.
All right. On the motion and on the amendment by Senator Tideway to delete the word shall and replace it with and add S that means on A, B, and C of section 2, there's an objection. All in favor, raise your right hand. Oh, yes. All right. Amendment fails. All right. Any other discussion or on section 2? Senator Rector.
Yes, on that same line, starting on line 18 through 20, starting with the word lesser as used in this act shall also mean and include any assignee or transferee of rights, credits, offsets as allowed by this act. I move to delete that last sentence of C.
Okay, there's a motion to delete the last sentence of subsection C of section 2, which reads, lesser as used in this act shall also mean and include any assignee or transferee of the rights, credits, and offsets as allowed in this act. There is an objection to the amendment, and any discussion on the amendment? Senator Rector, did you want to?
Thank you. Yes, I would. When reviewing the contract that has already been signed, it says that that the tax credits, even if we cancel the lease, we terminate it, the tax credits still continue to the end of the contract period, which is 10 years, is the way I read it. And if it cancels the lease for any reason whatsoever, the tax credit law must continue to allow the landlord to receive such tax credits until all such tax credits are used. So what you're doing by this, the way I read the contract, and unless somebody can tell me different, is we could terminate the contract at the end of a year, then they can turn around and assign the tax credits to anybody they want, and for 9 more years, the government of Guam and the people of Guam are paying $5 million a year for absolutely nothing. Now, am I misreading this? Does somebody have any other language in there that reinterpret this contract the way I'm reading it? I'll pull it back, but that just seems insane to me.
Did you want to ask the AG maybe to?
I think he's looking at it right now.
Okay. Any other discussion while the AG is reviewing that? Senator Wampat, or Speaker Wampat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I know not everyone has a copy of the contract. I received it today, and I provided a copy for you.
Yes.
And I can have, I guess, the other copies made as well. But on page 5, where on number 7 of the contract, where it says right of early termination, and if I may read, no party shall have the right to terminate this list prior to June 30, 2010. So what in essence that's saying is that this lease is for 1 year. Thereafter, either party shall have the right to terminate this at any time upon giving the other party a minimum of 120 days written notice prior to the termination date. So what this, and I'm not an attorney, of course, but maybe they can speak to this, because at least my understanding is that there is going to be a lease for at least 1 year, and that should either party want to terminate, there's only a request then that there be a 100-day written notice to terminate.
Senator Cruz?
I think it might help us if, since the Attorney General has signed off on this, I think, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it will take care of a lot of questions we may have if the Attorney General would just explain to us what this contract does, this new contract, and how it's different from the last one.
Okay. There's a request to do that, and but we have a motion on the floor. And
could I have a point of order? Could we have a recess where we all get copies of this contract, or at least let me have a copy back of it so I can read it and go through it?
Okay.
I think other people might want copies of it as well.
Sergeant at Arms, would you please secure a copy of the contract from Speaker Wampat or any member of the body, and then make copies for all the senators, as well as I think, do the individuals up here have copies? As well as for the panel members. And there is that motion on the floor on the amendment that's being offered. So, Senator Guthertz, there is a request by the Vice Speaker Cruz, and we will entertain that after we entertain discussion on this amendment, and then we'll ask the AG to speak to it. Okay. So, Senator Guthertz, on the amendment by Senator Cruz, by Senator Rector, to delete that last sentence on page.
On the motion, I have a question, and I'd also like this to be directed, Mr. Chairman, to the Attorney General's office. If it is not clear that the tax breaks end when the lease ends, whether it's 1 year or if it's renewed for 2 years or whatever it is, there's no harm in including that in this bill, that tax breaks shall end when the actual contract ends with the leasee for the use of the space. Would that be okay to add to the bill?
I'm going to, in order to facilitate the discussion, Senator Rector had indicated that he's willing to listen to the interpretation of the Attorney General as it relates to his amendment. So the reasons why he offered his amendment was based on his understanding of reading that section of the contract. In order to facilitate discussion, I'm going to ask the Attorney General to read that section of the contract and verify the interpretation, and then we'll ask the Attorney General, after he gives that, to also, at least at this time, highlight any other changes in the contract. So, Mr. Tedinko? Senator Rector, did you want to reframe your question to the AG?
No, but I while he's discussing, I would like to have a copy of the writing in front of me, which would be a copy of the contract.
Yes.
So could I move to have recess until the copies are, move to recess until we have copies in our hands, please?
Well, here, you can
Okay.
borrow this until you
Thank
get
you.
the copy. They're making copy. All right. So did you want to frame your question to the AG, Senator Rector, as it pertains to the amendment? Mr. Tedinko, did you need to, or did you understand?
Do you understand what I'm?
Yeah, I think I understand.
Well,
Okay, all right. Okay, so I think.
If I understand your question, Senator Rector, and then your question was along the lines of, in the context of your motion to strike the definition of the lesser and the assigning of the rights and credits and so forth. As we understand the lease agreement as entered into by the parties, the tenant under the lease has the option to either pay cash payments for this lease or to offer tax credits, right? And these tax credits can be assigned. But your question was, well, what happens if it's terminated? Well, if the lease agreement is terminated, then it's over. And whatever money is owed for the lease, okay, so like, for example, if I owe you money for the lease for 2 years and there's tax credits on that and that's assigned, but if it gets terminated after 2 years, you don't, our understanding of the lease agreement, you don't get the tax credits, new tax credits for 8 years because you're not leasing it. The government of Guam is not leasing from you anymore if the lease agreement is terminated. And that's how I understood your question was, if the lease got terminated, would the tax credits continue only insofar as the lease payments are owed?
If I could direct your attention to, on page 4, 6D, where it says, the tax credit law must allow landlord to take and receive tax credits during the entire term of the lease. Further, even after the termination or expiration of the lease, for any reason whatsoever, the tax credit law must continue to allow the landlord to take and receive such tax credits until all such tax credits are used.
And that's the key, right? Until all
And that's
are
the
used.
key phrase that I'm worried about. That seems pretty loose contract language to me.
Okay, that's number 6D. Number 6C reads as follows. Tenant shall have the option to pay cash payments or give a tax credit and tax abatement for any rents and monies owed by the tenant under this lease. So I think that the tax credits will continue throughout the term of the lease. And the term of the lease is 10 years unless earlier terminated. So once the lease ends, then there will be no rents and monies owed by the tenant under this lease. So therefore, there would be no tax credits owed if the lease is in fact terminated, unless that money is owed prior to termination.
Outstanding payments.
That's
or outstanding tax credit owed. I mean, just think of the tax credit as sort of another form of payment that's owed.
That's from the lease that I read, yeah. So.
Okay. Senator Rector?
Pardon?
Okay,
Yeah,
so that's the reading offered by the Attorney General.
That's the
as it
reading
relates-
offered by you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so.
My amendment still stays.
All right.
I'm still
Okay.
not comfortable with the language.
So
in it.
Senator Ada, on Senator Rector's amendment.
Yeah, just a question. So I guess based on your interpretation, if after the first year, the government then opts to pay with a $1 million tax or whatever it is, let's say a $1 million tax credit. What's the annual lease?
4.5 million.
4.5.
Okay, 4.5 million. So the government opts to give him a $4.5 million tax credit for that 1 year. But if, let's say, he only has a need to apply $500,000 of that to satisfy some tax liability, then the remaining $4 million is good, you say, until it is fully exhausted?
Yes.
For as long as it that it takes him to...
It's money owed, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's transferable too for somebody
Right.
else.
So he could be chipping away at that for the next 10 years.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Senator Guthertz and then Senator Palacios.
Okay, so in other words, again, let me clarify because I'm not certain here. If the lease ends after 1 year, the tax credits don't end.
If it's for outstanding money, oh, yeah.
If the government owes them money.
The tax credits are given for in lieu of payments on the lease. So if they owe
Right.
any money on the lease, they can get a tax credit.
For up to 10 years?
Well, they get that tax credit and then they can use it as they need to use it, or they can transfer it and somebody else can use it.
Okay, so
Forever.
So, for example, attorney, let's say the government's not able to pay the $4.5 million for the year. So they get the equivalent of $4 million in tax credits.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, the government ends the contract after 1 year. Government has paid the $4 million in cash or equivalent of government cash for the rent. There's no more tax credits entitlement.
Correct.
It's
Correct.
Okay. In other words, the tax credit ends when the contract ends, whether it's 1 year, 2 years. No?
the tax credit doesn't end. What end is the payment. In other words, I don't get a payment, I get a tax credit.
Oh, yes.
A year's gone by, that tax credit is still good.
Because they owe the money.
Yeah, I got it in lieu of
okay,
payment.
right, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So I can use that.
Yeah,
maybe-
until the government pays its obligation. Okay.
Yes.
Attorney, in your opinion, do you think it would be wise for us to include a provision in this bill that would really state that we're trying here to protect the public, the consumers, the taxpayers? Do we need to include a provision in the bill that basically will say that tax credits shall end when the government's payment obligation has been met? See, there's some confusion, and I think later we don't want this to come back because of any potential loophole that was in the contract. What would you recommend? Do we need to tighten up anything in the bill to make it very clear when the tax credits end?
I think the bill on section 3 says, in lieu of any cash payment from the government.
Yes, can we get that?
In section 3 of the bill, it says, in lieu of any cash payment from the government to the lessor for lease expenses, the government is authorized to issue tax credits. And then it goes on to, talk about the tax credit. So these credits are only given, I think, under the bill and under the lease in lieu of payments owed by the government.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Palacios.
Just an observation I'd like to share. Maybe I'm jumping too fast on line 19, page 3. I think that what we're discussing at this point with the rector amendment, it has to do also is tied in with line 19, the authorization to freely assign tax credits, and that of course might transfer, the tax credit might be owned by a different business according to this, and I think that's one of the major components of the contract is to have that ability. There might be a time when probably the company that has the original ownership may not need all that tax credits and probably can quote unquote sell it to other people that own the government of Guam and then use that. I think it can go that way. At any rate, I think it is to satisfy the debt of a government of Guam. So it doesn't matter, I think, whoever pays it, or rather who redeems it, the government still would have to pay that anyway. And that's my observation, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Any further discussion on the amendment by Senator Rector? Once again, the amendment is to delete the last sentence on page 2, line 18, which starts with lesser as used in this act and ends on line 20 with the word act. So on the amendment, any additional discussion? There was an objection to the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. The amendment fails. Any other discussion on section 2? If not, is that for section 2, Senator Palacios?
Just for consistency on line 18, I guess when we talk about purchase of collateral equipment, it's repeated down there probably, and for the purchase of collateral equipment so that it...
Yes, on line 18, that would be...
Line 18 on page 2, that's a technical...
Yes, we would add the words on line 18, the purchase of in front of collateral equipment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
On that amendment, no objections. The amendment carries. Section 3. Senator Rector.
Thank you. I've passed out the following amendments, 2 of them for Section 3, to replace the current language in it. Excuse my poor handwriting. I'm a child of the computer today. With the following language. The government of Guam shall pay the lessor on a quarterly basis for expenses incurred by the terms of the lease for the preceding quarter. Said payment shall be made within 30 days of the end of the quarter.
Can we make sure that everybody has a copy of the amendment?
I believe
Sergeant
they
at
were all
Arms?
passed out by the Sergeant of Arms.
I don't think the panel here has copies of those amendments.
Yeah.
Can we get? Do we have copies of those amendments? All right. Okay. Senator Rector, please restate your amendment for the record here, just so I
Thank
can
you.
follow you.
Mr. Chair. Yes, we're just to put it all in the whole, we're going to completely replace Section 3, thereby deleting the entire section and replacing it with the 2 amendments I have, give us 2 new A and B. And A is stated as the government of Guam shall pay the lessor on a quarterly basis for expenses incurred by the terms of the lease for the preceding quarter. Said payment shall be made within 30 days of the end of the quarter. And then B would be the lessor shall have 0 debt to the people of Guam and be current with all fees, taxes, and/or penalties due to the people of Guam, including but not limited to business privilege taxes, corporate income taxes, or individual withholding taxes.
Okay. The amendment as presented is to replace Section 3 in its entirety with the amendment that's presented, and that would be to have Section 3, A and B, and A would be a quarterly payment, and B would be they have 0 debt, etc. Rather than entertaining each amendment separately because it's a replacement of the entire section and changes, and so no section that would remain after the amendment would be germane and operational. I'd say then that we entertain the two amendments as presented as a single amendment for the replacement of section 3. Okay? Is that body objecting to that? If not, all right. The decision of the chair is to entertain the amendment by Senator Rector as a single amendment. All right, discussion on the amendment by Senator Rector to replace existing section 3 with the amendment as presented. Any discussion on the amendment? Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, currently, look, we've gone over tax credits before, and everybody knows I'm not a big fan of them. We know through the AG's reports that the government of Guam hasn't been very successful with the tax credit program, A. B, when it comes to it, when I looked at this lease, all rent to the lease is owed and doable, or owed and payable at the beginning of the fiscal year. Now, most people don't rent like that. I can't think of anybody else that has to pay for an entire year's rent in advance. I mean, I suppose that's a pretty good deal if you're the lessor, but for the lessee, we don't collect the entire year's taxes at one time. We collect it over time, withholding taxes, the government of Guam. And it only seems reasonable that we should pay on a quarterly basis as opposed to an annual basis, unless they want to change it to be at the end of the term. So henceforth, that's A. And B, when I look at it, it's to my understanding that this company we have the contract with owes the government of Guam $70 million in past due taxes. That doesn't make any sense to me, that somebody that owes us money, we're going to turn around and give them more money. And that just seems literally insane. So I say they pay off all the debts to us. If they pay the government of Guam the $70 million that they owe us, we will have no trouble paying them the cash up front for the lease and paying them the lease money. And that is why I proposed these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Rector, I just wanted to clarify. We're not only replacing section A and B, we're replacing, including the first 3 lines of that paragraph.
Yes, the entire section 3.
The entire section.
Entire section 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Palacios?
I'm just looking at this, and if the Rector amendment were to pass, and it's a good amendment, but if that were to replace completely Section 3, then this tax credit element would be gone. And I think, again, that's one of the major item, I think, that is the concern of the lessor, yes. And that's actually my concern then, this whole section, even how the tax credit is to be applied, how it can be transferred and so forth. As much as I would like this government, of course, to receive the money up front, I wonder really, if the annual lease is 4.5 million, I wonder whether the potential lessor would be indebted to the government of Guam 4.5 million on 1 year with all the gross income and so forth. Meaning, if it's not, then even if they were to pay up front or estimate what they're going to pay, if the annual GLT payment, for example, is only 2 million, this government is still stuck with 2.5. And that's why the government probably offered tax credit, because they just cannot pay all that. And then that's probably what but I agree, of course, with the idea that the company actually, it would have been better if we receive it, pay us, and then we'll pay you. But if we are stuck with a larger payment to them than them to us, then I think this tax credit will be to the advantage of the government of Guam. That's my observation. I don't know how much annual GRT they are paying. I don't know.
On the rector amendment, Senator.
More so a point of information, Mr. Chairman. The mover of this amendment keeps claiming that the company in question owes the governor of Guam, and he said about $70,000 in back tax. 7 million? Oh, 70 million, I'm sorry. Well, whatever the amount is, I'm aware that they did receive a certificate of good standing from Revenue and Taxation, and I want to ask the administration if they concurred that this company owes Gov Guam $70 million.
All right. The question is directed for the governor's representatives. The question is from Senator.
Well, the question is it in fact true that that Cortec, just to be clear, that Cortec owes Gov Guam $70 million in back taxes?
Or any back tax.
Or any amount for that matter?
I wouldn't have any information offhand regarding their tax liability. If it is income tax, then it wouldn't be something, if I did have the information, that I would be privy to discuss that with, as those are covered by the IRC, the Internal Revenue Code, and they do not allow for the public dissemination of taxes owed by entities.
But if they did receive a certificate of good standing, then that would mean that they do not owe the governor of Guam any back taxes, correct?
That would at least mean that
they're current.
If it's either current or it's being satisfactorily addressed.
Okay. Because I think that's an issue worthy of exploring also, because we're saying things in this session, and although we have the privilege to say that, I think the information we provide during this deliberation should be factual.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Senator Blas, on the rector amendment.
Thank you.
Replace
Actually,
Section
Mr.
3.
Chair, it's more in line with the concern and the point of information brought on by the good senator from Magana Heights. If the contention is, and that brought up that Mr. Haddock there, that with regards to the taxes and everything, it's actually covered by the Internal Revenue Code, where did $70 million come from? Whose claim is that? And maybe this is, Mr. Chair, I'd like to be able to direct the individual who provided this information, who reports this information, if he can qualify where he got this $70 million figure from. There are, I'm sorry to say, but there are some, then there calls to question some concern with regards to whether or not we're following and whether or not this information was obtained in violation of the Internal Revenue Code.
Is there, so are you asking the author of the amendment, again, it's got to relate to the amendment.
I understand, and this is...
So are you asking him to yield?
Yes.
Senator Rector, will you yield to that question? All right, and the question is, Senator Blas.
Where did the $70 million figure come from?
Last week I was in Washington, D.C., meeting with Congresswoman Berdalio's office, and that number came from her staff. Which one of her staff said it, I can't tell you right off the top of my head, but it was specifically from her staff, and they specifically told me that this company owed us $70 million. So that's where I got the number from. Thank you.
Okay.
So,
all right.
So just to repeat, this was the information provided to the good senator from the staff of the Congresswoman Madeline Berdalio in D.C.
That's what the good senator stated.
Mr. Chair, and I just going to question, and again, this brings a serious breach concern with regards to, you know, this kind of information in violation of the Internal Revenue Code. Thank you.
Okay. On the amendment to delete, to replace Section 3 in its entirety with the amendment as presented by Senator Rector, which would be to add an A and a B as presented to you in writing. Any further discussion on the amendment? I'm going to call for the vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, raise your right hand. Amendment fails. We are now in Section 3. I would like to offer an amendment. have copies here? Can I call just for a short recess then?
This legislature is back in session. Senator Ben Pangilinan, Speaker Ben, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, and Sidusmasi, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have an amendment that's been passed out, and it would add a line to Section 3 on the bill. I don't have the bill in front of me, so I don't know what line, but it would be after the first sentence, which the first sentence reads, in lieu of cash payment from the government of Guam to the lessor for lease expenses, the government is authorized to issue tax credits. I would like to add the following sentence after that line, and it would read, the tax credits issued for any lease of any temporary facility to be used by the government must be authorized by Legislature and Guahan for each year of such lease. So what this means, Madam Speaker, is that, Madam Chair, is that we have a 10-year lease, and we have two ways of paying for that lease. We have the option of paying by an appropriate, using cash, and cash can only be used to pay for the expense after it's been authorized by the legislature, in which the funds are appropriated to pay for that lease. And that has to be done every single year. The second way we can pay for the lease payment is by the issuance of a tax credit. And that tax credit is in lieu of that cash. And because the lease is for 10 years, I believe, and I would like to see this body have the same kind of control with regards to allowing a lease beyond 1 year and paying for that lease. If we didn't address the issue of the tax credit, because we are authorizing a tax credit in general, then every year that they choose to use a tax credit, we don't have to authorize that. That it's there, it's available, and they can take a tax credit instead of a cash payment. And so I believe that this tax credit is cash, as good as cash, and if we're going to spend it, then I think this legislature, through its authorization on appropriation powers, and for the purpose of budgeting, we need to make sure that we decide to do that. We've already decided that we don't want a 10-year lease. We don't want to pay $60 million for a temporary facility. And if we did not put this language in, then that can happen. Because the lease, although we're saying it's a year-to-year lease because of the 120-day out clause, that 120-day notice must be signed by the governor, and is the only time that that notice of termination is valid is if the governor's signature is appended and on that termination lease. And I go back to the idea that this governor has this idea that he wants something more than 1 year or a year-to-year basis, that he wants a 10-year lease. So if we left the tax credit in very general terms, then he can continue this. And without any authorization or appropriation by this legislative body, which takes that cash out of the collections of the government of Guam, which makes it available for appropriation and use to pay for the obligations and the operations of this government, then they can take $60 million out of the revenue stream of the government of Guam over 10 years without any further authorization. And we lose that ability to plan for the expenditures of this government because we're setting aside, and we've already authorized them to take this money, and no further action is needed by this body. So it is the same control that exists if we paid in cash, and it is the same control that exists with the provision in the lease and the bill that says payment of this is subject to the availability of funds. And the availability of funds is usually tied to the appropriation process and the cash that goes with that appropriation. So in this case, because of the option for the tax credit, I believe the payment of the tax credit, it should be subject to the availability of funds, and the only way to do that is to require a yearly authorization of this tax credit. And so I plead with the members of this body and my colleagues to support this amendment. And I don't think it just remains consistent with regards to this legislature authorizing expenditures of this government, whether it be in cash or be in the form of a tax credit.
Thank you, Speaker Ben. Senator Palacios, you're recognized on the Pangilinan amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, I completely support the amendment proffered by the colleague from Barrigada. And that is, of course, tax credit is actually a payment source. It is the business of this body to manage the money of this government, one of which, of course, is the granting of tax credits. And I share his feelings about granting a tax credit and then forget it. I think that this amendment will place this body in perpetual linkage, giving it the continuing authority to manage on a year-by-year basis how the tax credit is going to be utilized, because the tax credit is in lieu of the person paying us the money, paying the people of Guam the money. This is a very good amendment. I support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Palacios. Senator Rector, you're recognized on the Pangilinan amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment as well. If we, it meets some of the concerns that I had about an ongoing tax credit that was passable around the hat, like to all your buddies. You can just pass it on or split it up or transfer it. At least with this, it gives the legislature the control to stop it after 1 year. And I think that's a darn good idea. So I rise in support of Speaker Pangalinan's amendment. Thank you.
Anyone else? Senator Respicio, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I understand what the good senator is attempting to do, but I just want to ask very quickly, what were the terms of the contract that was just signed? I know that it's on an annual basis. No, 10. Oh. Oh, that's right. The contract was for a 10-year period with a 120-day notice that each party can, in writing, can decide to terminate that contract.
Yeah. Would you like anybody else?
Maybe the governor's legal counsel. What I'm getting at is there's a contract that was just signed, and if this provision, if this amendment were to pass and this provision were to become law, would this be considered a bill of attainder or ex post facto, where we're changing the terms of the contract after it's been signed?
Attorney Haddock, would you like to?
If the contract did anticipate that tax credit legislation would be needed to fund the lease agreement, so I don't think that it would be an ex post facto law that would change the terms of the agreement. However, as I stated before, the tax credit law that was anticipated by this lessor was something that they could rely on for what would be the useful term of the lease. As it stands right now, it's a 10-year lease with 1 year with a 1 year minimum occupancy and 120-day notice afterwards. So it's essentially a 1 year. It comes down to essentially a 1 year lease with options to extend, but it could be canceled in 120 days notice. The problem with, I guess, the concern would be is whether or not a company would want to be under this type of uncertainty with this type of language, given even that it doesn't seem like this language guarantees a credit in this fiscal year or next fiscal year, as it says that it has to be authorized by Legislature and Guahan for each year of such lease. And it doesn't seem quite apparent whether or not that authorization is even contained within this particular legislation. So even for this fiscal year or next fiscal year, which I guess this legislation doesn't even identify what part of the lease is it talking. Is it talking about a physical year or the actual year, or within regards to referring to the lease terms? But regardless of that, it's still even quite ambiguous to whether it applies to this fiscal year or next fiscal year, if the children are to move into that, or if this lease is to go into effect and children are to utilize it at this time.
You have a pretty good understanding of what the company would or would not accept. You've been, the governor's representative and a few others been negotiating with Cortec. Do you believe that if this were the case now, Cortec would have agreed to sign that 10-year contract? If the tax credit authorization for the use of the temporary facility, if that had to be authorized by the legislature on a year-to-year basis?
I guess what I would be comfortable with saying is the current obligation that we're guaranteeing to this entity is 1 year. We're not guaranteeing any commitments prior or beyond that. However, if as long as we guarantee the tax credit during that particular 1 year from, I think that they more than likely, I couldn't guarantee which way they would go. I think that they would be okay with that for the first year, but in the event that something were to happen and you need to move forward, I would almost be sure that they would be looking after they know that there's no guarantees after that 1 year, that they would be looking for a new tenant. So in the event that you did need to extend, I don't think that they would be willing to extend this lease if something were to happen with a delay in JFK, or if we were to need this for another facility. I think they would probably be looking for another tenant the second that we told them we're only going to guarantee tax credits for 1 year.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Senator Cruz, you're recognized, and Senator Guthers.
With that information provided to us by Governor's Council, and with the idea that we're trying to resolve this, and today is the 25th, we have 45 days until school opens, if my math is right. And I'm not sure if this is going to be the end of this contract and whether or not we're shooting ourselves in the foot to on this one, and the ones that are going to suffer are the children. I have to object to this amendment unless the Attorney General can tell me that this is not going to be a problem with this, with the contract, and would require us going through what we did the last 10 days of renegotiating a contract.
Vice Speaker, would you like any of the panel up here from Council or the AG to answer you on that?
I take Mr. Haddock's comment as given, as
would you like to have
it would mean that it wouldn't be acceptable to the lessor, but unless anybody up there wants to provide any information contrary to that,
Attorney
I'm
Haddock said
concerned.
he'd add to that.
Okay, I'm just concerned that we're going to go through another. The last time we were here it was almost 12 days ago, and if we do this again, we're going to be into past July 4th, and we'll never start school at the interim site, and it will be back to double session. I cannot accept that.
So, okay, no need. As Senator Cruz, you still have the floor. Did you want to? Okay. Thank you, Senator Cruz. Senator Guthers, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, we're sort of at the crossroads here. I understand the intent of the amendment. Basically, maybe I'm wrong, but my thinking is that the author of the amendment simply wants to protect the best interests of the people of Guam and the monies of the government of Guam and the tax revenues of the government of Guam. And I respect that. But I must tell you, in terms of good public administration, my concern would be that we would be micromanaging the governor, whoever that governor is, with respect to the subject at hand. And there's got to be some level of trust among the branches of government. And I believe we have other remedies available to us if we feel that the people of Guam might be taken advantage of or getting the wrong end of the stick, we have other remedies available to us. So, Madam Chair, I don't think we need to incorporate this amendment, and I hope that we will have some deference to the Chief Executive to act in the best interest of the people of Guam. Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator Guthertz. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on Speaker Ben Pangalinan's amendment? If not, Speaker Ben, you're allowed to close.
Thank you very much. It's really hard to fathom how any interpretation of this amendment can be interpreted as micromanaging from a public administration perspective. It is the one power of the legislature over appropriation and the expenditure of government funds. And so any decision on that I can't see as impeding on the power of the executive branch. And so this amendment only assures that the legislature's power to spend money, or the administration's authority to spend money, comes from the power granted to it for the authority to expend that money from this legislative body. And that is the only thing attached to this, is that if we're going to go beyond a 1-year occupancy of the building, and we're going to pay for it, if tax credits were not involved in here, then how would the governor pay for that if we didn't appropriate the money to pay it? He would not be able to. Yet, he can take a tax credit, and this company can take a tax credit and say, I'm not going to pay the government what I owe to it for the right and privilege of conducting business on Guam. I'm not going to make a payment to the governor as my obligation. I'm going to keep that payment because the government is not going to make a payment to me for a service that I am providing to the government. So it's in lieu of an appropriation. So now we have the administration and this company able to extend the term of this lease beyond 1 year and get paid for it without an authority and authorization by this body. So it really is fundamental to the separation of powers issue from a public administration's perspective, and the right of this body that the expenditure of government funds must occur only upon authorization and appropriation by the legislative branch. Without this amendment, this lease can continue for 10 years, whether we need it or not, if the governor decides that that's what he wants. And the only reason why I'm putting it in, because the governor's been made it very clear. He wants to go beyond 1 year, even though we may have a new JFK campus, because he has this other plans for other things which we're not even privy to and we don't know. He says we need to rehabilitate and refurbish other schools. I don't think anybody argues with that assessment, but there is no plan to put that into place. But we are going to plan on spending $60 million for something that we do not need, we do not know if we need. This doesn't preclude us from moving forward with what the governor wants, but I just want to be able to make a decision based upon known facts, not based upon a promise or a hope that we're going to have the money to do all the other renovations we want. We don't know that. We can hope for it, but as the retirees found most recently, they relied on hope that the governor gave them and fed them, and they never were able to realize that hope until this legislative body stuck itself into the process. So, yeah, we may say, let's have trust. I probably have more trust in the governor than the good retiring colleague of mine has in JICPO saying they don't intend to condemn property in Route 15. But that doesn't preclude us from questioning that. So again, this amendment does not infringe and does not cut off it just ensures that if we're going to go beyond a 1-year period, and and remember, we're going to get, if we're not going to do it, then the governor's got to give him a 120-day notice. If we don't give him a 120-day notice, then we know we're liable for an additional year's rent. We know what that number is. So we have a choice. We can either appropriate the money or do a tax credit. This way, we don't have a choice. We got to do a tax credit. And even if we don't need it, they can do it. And I'm just saying, I think this body needs to be able to make that determination, because that money is not going to be available for appropriation by this body to meet the needs at public health, or to meet the needs at ref tax, or to meet the other needs at GPSS. So it is these kind of considerations that go into my mind when looking further down the road of why I think if we're going to do this, then we ought to plan for it. And the only way to plan for it is that it comes back here and we know we have that obligation. And we may decide that we're just going to appropriate it straight out because our revenues increased by whatever percentage, and we are confident we have the cash, and then the company can accept the cash payment. But we need to authorize that expenditure, plan for that expenditure, budget for that expenditure, and whether that expenditure is in the form of a cash outlay by an appropriation of this body, or whether it's a non-cash outlay or an outlay in lieu of cash, in lieu of receiving that cash and giving it right back to them, it's all comes down to the ability to plan and budget for that expenditure. And without this, it takes that completely out of the hands of this body. And it allows for this lease, which everyone here says we want it for only as long as we need it for JFK, and then we're going to make those decisions later on. Without this amendment, it allows it to continue for 10 years, or as long as the governor does not issue or does not sign a termination. Because GPSS may decide, we don't need it anymore, we're all done, we're good, but if the governor won't sign it, a termination, then it continues and they can take a tax credit, whether we like it or not. And so this, again, puts back into place the checks and balance for the expenditures of government funds, which is so essential and crucial to the budget process and the planning process of the expenditure of the people's money. Thank you.
Speaker Ben, on the Ben Pangilinan amendment, there was an objection. So those all in favor of the amendment, please signify by raising your hand. 2, 4, 6, 7. Can you just raise your hand one more time? Motion fails. We've completed with the BC Pangilinan amendment. Are there any other amendments on section 3? State your inquiry, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair, my question is to Mr. Haddock. On the section 3, it talks about Chapter 26, Title 11 of GCA, which is the business privilege taxes. Is it the interest of the corporation to take all business privilege taxes, which is, pretty broad? It not just deals with GRT, which is actually business privilege tax, but also has other provisions. There's other taxes under Chapter 11 that are those envisioned in the tax credit, or are we just talking about gross receipts tax? because, yeah, the section is pretty broad.
Only those sections that were specifically identified, which is all those chapter 12 of Title 11. Which were all the, or chapter 26 of Title 11, I do apologize.
Yeah.
That title to the business privilege tab.
Okay, so what it says here is Title 11, Chapter 26. And Chapter 26 includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different areas. Business privilege tax, which is GRT. Alcohol beverage tax, liquid fuel tax, automotive surcharges, and tobacco tax. Is it the intention of the government to allow taxes to be credited in all these areas, or just the GRT? Just to these.
Due to the opinion that was given by the Office of the Attorney General, we took that out, so the remaining was just, Chapter 26, Title 11, type tax.
So everything under here is what you envision?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, thank you.
Is there anybody else on section 3? Senator Tenorio, you're still recognized.
Thank you. The other question goes along the line on line 19, where under section C it says, the tax credit authorized herein shall be freely assignable and transferable to any party, company, partnership, or corporation. If that is true, then does the next sentence create an ambiguity? Because we say it's freely assignable and transferable. Should we then strike the next sentence which says the assignment and transfer may be by gift or may be for legal consideration? Because if we say in the preceding sentence it's freely assignable and transferable, then we don't need to say that it could be given for gift or could be given for legal consideration. Is that correct?
I would need time to actually think of it. There might be, I wouldn't like to simplify that matter. I would actually need time to think about whether there would be a significance in taking that language out.
Well, the reason, on the literal reading of it, if it's freely assignable and transferable, then there is no bar to assigning it or transferring it.
That would be true.
That's a larger umbrella than the subsequent sentence which says the assignment and transfer may be by gift or may be for legal consideration, both of which fall into the previous category of freely assignable and transferable. So, do you see any harm by striking the sentence?
We have is that a point of information, Senator Cruz? Okay. Thank you.
I just don't want to create an ambiguity. If we say that it is, in the second sentence, the assignment and transfer may be by gift or may be for legal consideration, is there any other way that it can be assignable or transferable?
Senator Tenorio, Senator Cruz may have a follow-up to that. Would you like to yield?
Yeah, committee the whole is
Senator
pretty
Cruz, you're
liberal.
recognized on a possible follow-up.
Maybe the Attorney General might be able to assist us. If Cortec is owed $4.5 million, and we didn't give them a tax credit, I mean, the $4.5 million they could assign to someone else at any other time, can't they? And they can, it goes, if something should happen to the owners, it would survive the estate and it would survive the corporation. If somebody bought Cortec, they would buy the accounts receivable
That's
of the $4.5 million. So there's nothing, unusual or strange about this assignment. If you owe me money, when I die, you're going to owe my estate money. Or if you owe me money and I decide that I'm going to sell it to somebody else to collect, and they decide that they're going to take it at 70 cents on the dollar, it's theirs after whichever. But there's nothing odd about assigning a a debt?
Yes to all of those questions.
So,
Senator
yeah,
Tenorio,
Phil,
Senator
so
Cruz.
may I, Mr.
To your
Cardinco?
question, Senator Tenorio, actually, in many ways, maintaining that sentence keeps it from being ambiguous, but certainly freely assignable is freely, so.
I suppose there could be an issue between the assignor and the assignee of the document, and who knows what kind of issues could be raised on whether consideration was given as between those two, without considering the government. That's the only way I can think of that might clarify something.
So if we say it's freely assignable and transferable, and again, I don't want to split hairs here, but I'm just saying, are we limiting it in the succeeding sentence which says that the transfer may be by gift or legal consideration? Is there any other way?
It's not limiting.
No, we're not. It would not limit that sentence.
So
It would-
those are examples that are
would clarify.
inclusive in the freely assignable and transferable, is it not?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So that is the ambiguity that I'm questioning that we may or may not be creating in this.
No, it doesn't.
If it's freely assignable and it's freely transferable, either by gift or legal consideration, then the second sentence is not necessary.
No, actually, what we're saying is having the second sentence there helps it from being ambiguous. Actually makes it clear that the assignment can be can range from a gift all the way to consideration. So we think it makes it clearer.
All right.
Because if you were not to have it there, then it's up for debate what freely assignable means. So I think, and usually in commercial transactions, you want to know if you can be able to make a gift or it's got consideration, because consideration is necessary to form a contract. So,
All right.
so it's helpful.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I needed to know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Tenorio. Senator Palacios, you're recognized on Section 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps maybe the legal counsel can clarify with respect to the authority to transfer. I don't see anywhere there limiting how many times that transfer can occur from the original holder of the credit to me, and then does this also give me the authority as the new holder of the credit to be able to transfer it to him, and then, and so on? Yes. So actually it can end up on the 10th person, with the 10th person. Well, in commercial transactions, those are always possibilities. Okay, because, so at the minimum, nothing in this bill would prevent that. Correct. Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator Palacios. Is there anybody else on Section 3? Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, voice some concern, of course, and maybe some consideration for the body and the author of the bill on just being able to monitor and work with this tax credit and the assigning of these tax credits. I know that GITA is supposed to, as a matter of fact, we're now saying that they don't need any kind of rules and regs. GITA can just decide what it wants to do, because we're deleting the section that requires the promulgation of some kind of rules and regs. So not only are we now saying that you can spend $60 million without any further authorization by this body for a facility that you may not need, that we now say we don't need the rules. We don't need any kind of rules. And so I voiced a concern because how do we track this? We had Rev Tax come here and testify that this creates an accounting nightmare for them, because now every time it transfers, you kind of have to reduce that liability so that, if the tax credit is worth $1,000, then I give it to the next guy. What's the next guy going to be able to use, and can he just take his liability, or does it include his interest, and those kind of issues? And is it, enough to say I can just give you a Xerox copy and not an original copy of the whatever it is that Rev Tax issues in terms of the tax credit. We're now saying, I don't know. We're saying nothing. We're saying nothing now with regards to how we're going to manage this money. And again, I go back to saying that this tax credit, this idea that tax credits doesn't cost us anything, or we can use it because we don't have money. We can use tax credits because we don't have money. You know, tax credits are money. They are money owed to this government, and we are saying that for those that are doing business with the government, whatever you owe us, don't pay us and just say, I'm taking it back, basically, before I give it to you, to pay for something you owe me, and we'll offset it, you know. So it's not a novel thing, but at least there's got to be some kind of structure to this thing. And, you know, there was some hope that there would have been some kind of structure. And I understand the need to do things quickly, but, you know, perhaps really this is money, and there's no way now, we're now just giving it away. We're not exercising any kind of due diligence. We're not exercising any kind of fiduciary responsibility to a potential $60 million expenditure of this government. I can't for the life of me understand why we're going to agree to that. And so, as the good senator, retiring senator, mentioned in terms of that, and what Rev Tax said is, you know, how do we track this? You know, should we put any kind of controls at all? And I'll leave that to the fact that there's none in here, that we don't want to. And I find that a little disturbing, and certainly, you know, is of concern, because that's the one power we have, is planning and the expenditure of the resources of this government. So that's my general comment on this.
Was that comment also yielded for the good author to answer? Okay. With that, on Section 3, Senator Cruz?
Maybe Governor's Legal Counsel or the AG can clear this up for me. If on the 1st of October we appropriate and the government is able to provide $4.5 million in cash for the year, we will not have to give any tax credits to the lessor. Is that correct?
No, it's not. Is that a question?
Either way, either one of you.
Senator, I'll have Attorney Haddock respond first.
The way that this was anticipated was the lessee, the government of Guam, would have the discretion whether or not to choose to pay by tax credit or appropriation. So in the event that we do have the sufficient appropriation, and then we wouldn't be needing the tax credit. In addition to that, in Section 6, subsection F, it does say that the method, procedure, and forms which will enable the landlord to use any tax credit will be worked out between the landlord and tenant to the mutual satisfaction of the parties. So we did anticipate that we would have to sit down and come up with some procedures regarding how to use these tax credits.
Vice Speaker Cruz, does that answer?
Well, no, I just wanted that information before the body, that if we have sufficient cash, and as the majority leader in one of the first sessions that we had on this issue said, the unfortunate thing is that we're homeless at this point, and if we're going to get into a house, we're going to have to get the first and last month's rent. We're going to have to lease a place to get into, and that's the reality that we have. And if we can pay for the year in cash, then we don't have to give any tax credit, and they'll have no tax credit. They'll pay their GRT or business privilege tax on that $4.9 million. But if we don't have the money, and we didn't give the 120-day notice to terminate the lease before the beginning of the next lease year, which would be August the 1st, I guess, or is it July the 1st of any year, then we owe money. We have to give them the notice that we're terminating in 120 days. And if we don't, then the lease will re-up for another year.
The lease provides that the government has the option, meaning they may choose to pay with cash or through tax credits.
Are there any other speakers on Section 3? Senator Palacios, you recognize.
Again, maybe a point of clarification with the legal counsel with respect to these tax credits. Assuming, of course, that we pass this and then the first year we appropriated $4.5 million for lease. For subsequent year, this legislature would not appropriate. With the tax credit, nothing prevents the governor from getting into another year and subsequent years and years and years, pledging or using tax credit wholly as a payment or as a credit for that, so that the contract actually, and I try to echo the sentiments of the senator from Barrigada, that actually once this is signed into law, that in lieu of appropriation, the governor is actually given a blanket authority for the next 10 years to renew the contract without appropriation using 100% tax credit option. And that's where we need to get involved, this body, and we need to control that. But absent, with the failed Pangilinan Amendment, I want to know, is that can happen, right? If I understand your question correctly, Senator, all I can state to you is a description of what the lease agreement is, essentially. Okay. The lease agreement provides for a term of 10 years. Yes, exactly. But no less than 1 year, and the parties thereafter may, or even during, I suppose, that 1 year, give notice of termination within 120 days. So whomever happens to be the governor within this year, next year, the following year, they can give notice of 120 days to terminate this lease agreement. So, and they continue to have the option to pay with cash that's either appropriated by this body or tax credits.
But my concern is exactly, and it's my fear, that as it is right now, then the governor has this perpetual authority to renew the contract on an annual basis, notwithstanding the absence of an appropriation from this body. In other words, for the second year and subsequent years, the lease can be by tax credit option completely. Yes. And so this government, the people of Guam, actually, more or less would not have that taxes that is supposed to come in, and it is left to the governor to do what he wants with it for the next 9 years following the first year expiration. Using only tax credit, remember that nothing prevents him, he can still maintain the lease without appropriation. And that's my fear.
If this body passes this bill,
as it is,
the answer would be yes.
Excuse me. There's a point of information. Senator, Vice Speaker Cruz, you recognize.
Mr. Tydinko, as it stands, if the legislature passes it, the answer to that is yes. Correct. But also, if, as the governor and Tony keeps telling us, that IBCC or IBC or whatever they're called is ready to start the project, and if IBC complies with the contract of completing construction in 9 months, there is nothing in the law, I mean, there's nothing preventing this legislature from coming back into session next April or next March and say the reconstruction of the new JFK campus at the Tumon site is so far along that it looks like it's going to be finished by August the 1st of 2010. We, the legislature, are repealing any authority we gave the governor for a continued lease on the property and the extensions, and that would end it, wouldn't it? We could stop it from here if we wanted to.
Contracts clause, Senator.
But the thing is that without the appropriation, even all the leases that the government has, if there's no appropriation for it, then the lease just will also does not continue, right?
No, if this bill were to become law, you authorize lease payment either through cash or tax credit. The way this lease would terminate is if one of the parties gives notice that we wish to terminate. So, for example, if it was the executive's decision that we've got the school built after 1 year and they wish to terminate, then they would terminate. If they don't wish to terminate, then it continues on for the term of the 10 years. Excuse me? As this bill stands. Otherwise, if you were to do it the other way, then the contracts clause, which says there shall be no law impairing obligation of contract, would be an issue that could be raised by the lessor. Could be, I said. Don't know for.
That's very clear, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on Section 3? If not, we're going to go ahead and move to Section 4. Appropriation. Are there any speakers on that? Speaker Wampat, you're recognized on Section 4, Appropriations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'd like to amend here is the actual dollar amount looking at the new contract. And I guess in line 6 and 7, well, that will be the total, whatever it is, when I want to amend line 8, where the total amount was 4.5 million, and what was in the contract is 3,944,000.
Speaker Wampat, do you have that in writing? You don't have that in writing, so you're saying that on line 8?
Line 8, I know we had $4.5 million, but in reviewing the contract, the actual dollar amount for the collateral equipment came out to $3,944,000. And then on line
on that first amendment, changing the 4.5 million to be used for collateral equipment, be amended to read 3,944,000.
Yeah, that's what they have here. Yeah, that's what they have on page 6 of.
Speaker Wampat, we have a point of clarification here. Ms. Stuenius, Mrs. Stuenius? I'm sorry, Attorney Haddock.
I guess the only issue is in regards to the collateral equipment, because the days keep progressing from the time that it has been done. We're anticipating that there might be a few items that GPSS is requesting to be air freighted. I don't know if this particular provision would encompass that. But
So you're trying to say then that they're going to air freight it, and then it's going to be over $4.5 million, then what? No, if we leave it as is, at 4.5 million.
Madam Speaker, just to follow on Attorney Haddock's comment, we would like that amount to remain 4.5 million because, as he said, for some of the collateral equipment within the 4.5 million, it will not be exceeded. We don't exceed any appropriation levels. But there are some, because the days have, the clock has ticked on us with regard to securing, to actually sending that advance purchase. There may be things like freight that may just fluctuate a little bit, so we would like to keep that intact if that could be considered. Of course, we will ensure that the expenditure against this appropriation is properly audited and accounted for, that it's all within for the purpose of collateral equipment for the interim facility. And if there are any funds left, then it will simply lapse into the general fund. But I would like just to say that we would like to keep it at that level, or maybe, well, if you could consider.
No, I don't mind considering it, but maybe what we need to put is a language here then that if there are any lapsed funds, that it does not go back to the general fund, that it goes instead,
Okay. Yeah.
Because
whatever you want to do.
Once it's appropriated to, okay, in this case, I know it says to the governor's office, then we're talking about $500,000 there. So I'll have to figure out language for that. But then, I know that when this was amendment was proffered, when we did one for S, we were trying to figure out where then the money should be appropriated to. And my understanding then is that it's normally that maybe the best department to appropriate it to would be Department of Public Works from the general fund, because DPW is the statutory procurement agency for facilities contract. Would that be then appropriate or not? So I'm asking legal counsel.
I don't know. The only reason I recommended that the appropriation be to the governor's office is because the contract was led between Cortec and the funds that were certified for the first year is in the governor's office account. But I guess Public Works would be okay as long as I guess there's a stipulation in the provision that it's for that particular contract.
And Senator, if I may, I guess one of the other things after discussions with GPSS, they indicated that JFK is one of the, one of the schools that is availed of the E-rate plan. And so in anticipation of that, their phones and other utilities which we were actually contemplating as putting in that contract were not included, and they get a reimbursement of, I believe it's up to 90% of their expenses. So what we were anticipating is that we would use some of the funds from the collateral equipment to purchase their phone system that they would be able to get the E-rate reimbursement on.
I know that you're saying that there may be other costs to be incurred here, such as freight. But then since there is this option, of course, to go with this appropriation and or tax credits, then maybe whatever the difference is, that then could be through the tax credits.
And I guess, Speaker, if I may, I guess I don't want to belabor this, and if we need to come back for supplemental amounts, I think it would probably be in the best interest if we even went with what's on the contract right now and come back later, just so that we could expedite this process and get the contract finally on its way and get these kids back into the interim campus.
Okay, so Madam Chair, then, so my amendment would continue at, for line 8, 3,944,000.
On, okay, thank you, Speaker Wampat. On that amendment to change 4.5 million to 3,944,000, are there anybody wishing to speak on that amendment? If not, is there an objection? If there's no objection, motion carries. Speaker Wampat, you're still recognized
The
on
only
section
thing
4.
is that we'll probably need to, and I know the language, by the way, in 12B, I mean, I don't want to get very technical about this, but maybe just to make it, to try to round this off would be 4,400 and, 94 million. 4,493,000.
Speaker Wampat, your amendment.
4,494.
4,494,000. Would that be the amendment?
Yes. And then we'll just have to do the calculation for line 7 to add those two up together for the correct dollar amount total.
Is there anyone wishing to speak on that amendment? If there's no objections, motion carries. On section 4, Speaker Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have an amendment that I passed out, and it would be to add language to section 4.
Speaker Pangilinan, do you have the amendment?
I'm sorry. We're on section.
4, appropriation, section 4. I don't have this.
Yes. It would, I'm sorry, my language says section 6, but it really should be section 4. That should read section 4. And it would add the following. It would change the appropriation amount to $8 million from the general fund and delete fiscal year 2010 revenues. And it would add from the general fund, as a result of the administration's decision to withhold income tax from COLA payments. So it'll be from this year's revenue base. We checked with the, basically with the Department of Administration as well as the Department of Revenue and Tax as to exactly how much money was withheld when the COLA checks were mailed out. And they indicated to us that they withheld a little over $8 million. And that's money really that's not factored into the revenue projections of the government of Guam for this fiscal year. We believe we don't see where that has been accounted for. And so that is additional money, and so we would like to earmark that additional money. It really is very easily quantified because we know the checks that were mailed out and we know how much money was withheld. And that would appropriate that amount to this year's payment to the tune of $8 million for this payment. And
Senator Pangilinan, Bertha Duenas from BBMR has a comment on that. I'm going to go ahead. Bertha, you can.
yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Senator. I thought it was the stimulus reimbursement that you're identifying the income tax from the COLA payments. But I believe from the latest, at least, absent any other source, yesterday I read that COLA payments were up to 64 million, thereabouts. So I'm just wondering if the 8 million was provided by revenue and tax, because if I were to take a conservative estimate of the potential withholding within what has already been paid out, I would take a safe 10%, so it couldn't be more than 7 million. So I'm just wondering if you've got more concrete information from R.D. Logan.
Yes, we called Mr. Logan, and he actually checked with DOA
Okay.
based upon the issuance of the checks. I'm
Okay,
assuming
that's all.
that's the amount.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker Pangilinan, just on section B on the 4.5, are we just going to have a technical change to submit based on the amendment that was?
Yeah, the language that I'm presenting is at on line 7. Then actually it would be to change the 9 million to 8, because with even with the change from and it would read after the word general fund, you would strike out, add the words from the general fund as a result of the administration's decision to withhold income tax from COLA payments, and then strike out fiscal year 2010 revenues. And then it will continue to read for the following.
Thank you, Speaker Pangilinan. And on that amendment, Senator Ada, then Senator Resticio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I have a question about the language as a result of the administration's decision to withhold income tax. Just the use of the two words there, the administration's decision, gives me the impression that this is really something arbitrary on the part of the administration to withhold taxes from the COLA, or is it something that by law the taxes have to be withheld? So if by law the taxes have to be withheld, I really question the need to insert those two words, the administration's decision.
Is he asking the author to yield to the question?
Are you asking the author to yield or the panel?
Well, I think I'm asking clarification from the panel if, in fact, the...
Speaker Ben, I'll have the panel answer that question.
And if I may, this issue came to light when, in regards to the tax credits, as we came forward with regards to these lease payments. The Office of the Attorney General came forward and said that we could not issue tax credits to, we couldn't issue tax credits in regards to income tax. And that brought to light that we haven't been issuing withholding tax based on the premise that we would be issuing tax credits to the COLA awardees. When we found out that we can't be issuing tax credits to the COLA awardees, as the AG has opined that the government of Guam, in conformance with the Organic Act of Guam, that we cannot issue these tax credits that were previously authorized by the legislature, then we were under the obligation to start withholding taxes for those payments that we are not now informed we cannot issue tax credits for.
So what I understand you to say then, it's the withholding of taxes is by law.
According to the U.S. Revenue Code.
Okay, and based on that, Madam Chair, I would like to make an amendment to the amendment to delete the words well, actually, I guess we would need to reword that, but it just seems that it seems to be an unnecessary shot across the bow to make it seem that the administration is arbitrarily withholding this tax, that there's this meanness, a mean streak in the administration. And I'm certainly not a defender of the administration, but an unfair shot across the bow is an unfair shot across the bow, and if in fact we're identifying, what we're trying to do here is identify the source of the $8 million, then let's identify it as such that it is coming from the general fund from taxes withheld from COLA payments, period.
Point of information.
Yes, state your point of information.
My point of information is, the reason why that's in there is because while taxes are in fact, COLA payments are taxable and taxes have to be paid, that it is a decision, conscious at this time, that they will take the tax up front. They could have, as they did in the past COLA payments, given them the full amount and then issued them 1099s, and then the individuals would file that as income when they file their income taxes and not take it out at the front end. That was done before, and that was obviously considered legal. This time, they decided that they weren't going to do that, that they were going to, and they decided that they will take the tax up front. That's why I don't think this is an unfair statement, and that's why it's there, because they could have gone the other way.
Thank you, Speaker Ben. Senator Ada, you still have the floor. Did you want to amend the? Well, before you do that, I'll go ahead and have Mrs. Duenas respond.
I would like to just make another comment, if I could, on the amendment, and that is, I believe that at the end of the year, as we go through the tax filing process as well, these taxes are withheld at this time, and there may be a number certain that the Revenue Tax Director reported to Senator Pangilinan. But at the end of the year, when they file their taxes, there's a potential that they may be getting additional refunds or a refund, so that in fact the entire $8 million may not actually turn out to be what the residual was for the withholding that are now being imposed. So I would be monitoring the actual allocation of this $8 million because it could cause a deficit as well.
Okay. Senator Cruz?
I appreciate the statement by the budget director, but I really do think that the amount that was withheld, if they use the conservative 10%, is really setting up the Manamco and the COLA recipients to a rude awakening next April when they file their taxes, because they are going to find that this substantial amount that they are receiving now is going to increase their gross income for this year and throw them into completely different tax bracket. In fact, on Tuesday, I had sent a letter to the Director of Revenue Tax asking him to send out an advisory to everybody to please set aside some money, or for them to come up to Revenue Tax and have Revenue Tax tell them, advise them on how much they probably additional they should have withheld or contribute at this point, because I don't want to find these poor old people next April trying to figure out how am I going to pay for $9,000 or $10,000 in additional taxes. And I'm waiting Art's response, but it really, this amount is the amount of 10% was too low. I think that the threshold should have been 20%, but whatever the decision was.
I don't believe that 8 million is 10% of 64 million. I believe it's more than that. So I don't have my calculator, but all I'm saying,
it's about 17%. Which
thereabouts. Yes. But bottom line is that I just want to make the point that it will throw them into different tax brackets depending on where they are in their total, where they're at with their total income for the year. After the dust settles at the end of the year. That's all I'm saying. And so it could be more or less than the 8 million that is really the residual. And that's just, I just want to go on record on that one, just in case it's below the 8 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ada.
And I suppose then the way the contract is languaged and other language that we have here, it really doesn't matter if it comes in short, because then we just turn on the tax credit.
Okay, Senator Ada, would you like to restate your amendment to?
No, Madam Chair, I think it was important that the particular issue have some discussion, and I think it has received that. And if nothing else, I hope that the Manamcos who are listening realize as a result of this discussion that you better put away about 10% of what you got, because you're going to be coughing that up at the end of the year. Oh, they already took it. Okay. All right. I don't have any amendment to make, Madam Chair.
Thank you. On the proposed amendment by Speaker Pangilinan, is there anyone else? Senator Respicio, here, recognize Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thought Bertha made an excellent defense for how this $8 million could not be captured when she comes back to the legislature in the budget process for next fiscal year. I was hoping she would say you'll get lost in the wash. And for those of us that recall the last budget process, every time BBMR was asked a question, well, if there's an increase here, why isn't there a corresponding increase elsewhere? And the resounding response was, what kind of gets caught up in the wash?
Thank you, Senator. And I just want to say for the record that getting nostalgic about that budget session, we are in the third quarter and everything has been a wash. We are tracking better than 38 states in the nation as far as hitting our target for revenue. So we should be a proud jurisdiction.
And I never mean to take anything away from you and the governor's decision in hiring you at BBMR. I just want to keep acknowledging your creative responses. And another creative...
I don't know if I should take that as a compliment.
It is because I'm saying it, I'm not upset.
Oh, I know that. I know that.
But another creative approach, I guess, is when you add up the two items here, it's about $8,444,000, yet the appropriation is for $8 million.
Yes, I wanted to clarify that. My amendment was for the language, and since the amendment earlier was adopted, it would be for 84999. I'm not amending that.
8494.
Yeah, I'm only presenting the one that's underlined and not the, this was from an earlier amendment I had written. And so the figures remain the same. It's the additive language that's underlined that would be, that I'm presenting and not changing
That was noted,
the
Senator
amounts.
Respicio.
But there's also a reduction from $9 million to $8 million. The 9 was...
Yes, that's correct, because the original amount was 9 million. Senator Wampat amended that so that it's now
8438.
8438. So that would be the number there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
On the Pangilinan amendment, are there any other speakers? If not, Speaker Pangilinan, would you like to close?
No, once again, it just allows us to have a better idea of the budgeting process and the allocation of those revenues.
With that closing, if there are any objections to this amendment, if there are no objection, motion carries. We are still on appropriation section 4. Are there any others who wishes to speak on that? If not, we'll go ahead and move on to section 5.
If I may, I'm sorry, if I may just go back and indulge me for a minute. We're appropriating this amount, of course, for the collateral equipment and the lease payments. And it's really to meet the terms and conditions of the contract. I just wanted to kind of get an idea for the record, because this is the amount we're appropriating, but it's to pay for other things. So on page 5 of the contract itself, subsection D2 on page 5, it says all amounts owed to landlord due to improvements and other matters undertaken under this lease which have caused landlord to expend capital for tenants' benefits and as expressly provided for under other sections of this lease. Do we have any idea what that is? Do we have any idea what that amount is? What that amount could be?
As you know, there is some variables in regards to this property. You know, one of them is if if the people who use this property destroy the property, or we are agreeing to take good care of the property as any tenant does when they do rent property. So there are some variables that we don't know, as if the kids break all the windows, if they do certain damage, then those are particular things that we have agreed to reimburse the lessor for, which most contracts do include, if not all.
Madam Chair, may I just add, but if you look on page 1, there's an amount of $331,000 for insurance. So wouldn't the insurance then cover some of the damages then incurred as a result of,
And that is true. Most of the major damages are covered by insurance. Acts of God, destruction of the building, the actual premise, whether or not it does have some fault with it, and something does happen, then those are covered. But it's there are particular, I guess even regards to there are particular sections that I guess could point to you, but we couldn't possibly cover all of the expenses that might be encompassed in regards to our liability, as well as the lessors. The lessors in this particular instance are taking on a lot of outside liability as well that we negotiated out of this lease.
No, then the only thing I can say is that we must make sure that GPSS and that everyone in the campus know then that they need to really take care of this building, because I know in C it says that we must return it in good condition, clean, and good repair, subject only to wear and tear. So this will be a true test then now whether we can actually take care of a facility.
And
Go ahead.
And if I may, hopefully that's a standard that's continued with every school, and hopefully with JFK into the future with their new school, that it does get cleaned and repaired at the end of the school and gets put back in that same position that it was when they first started. It should be the standard that we adhere to every year, but not particularly with just this lease.
Okay. Speaker Wampat.
So then the other array is that there is, of course, a maintenance contract that we have as well, $681,000. And that will be, I guess, and I'm not sure if it's delineated anywhere here in terms of what the maintenance would be. And then, of course, the particular section that the former speaker was talking about says all amounts owed to the landlord due to improvements. So the question then would be is that they were preparing the building to get it ready for, a school versus what it used to be. Are we going to be in charge then for all that cost?
It's only as provided for in the lease. So if there was something in there that...
So it's all part of the lease already? Then all the improvements they made is part of this lease there of the building and the land of $3.4 million?
Yeah, so unless there's a specific provision in there that required them to make that particular improvement and obligated us to pay for it, then unless they made that in a particular provision, then it would be included. But what you're talking about, no, that's not included for any special reimbursement.
So would this be like, for example, they've moved in already, and then somebody at GPSS would say, what we would need here probably would be some improvement, let's say, to the gym itself, that we want to have an extra or a half court or something. When they do that, then that's the cost then that we would have to pay, everything that they would do at the request of GPSS as an improvement to the facility?
And because this is an obligation with the government of Guam, GPSS wouldn't be able to obligate the government of Guam under this lease.
Beyond what?
And that is why the termination was, if there was a termination that was going to be issued, it had to be the governor that had to approve it under this agreement, because this is an obligation of the government of Guam, not just GPSS. We had to include the governor's signature in a termination, and I think that addresses what Senator Pangilinan was alluding to before, that this is an unusual circumstance where GPSS didn't negotiate this lease on their own. They asked for the assistance of the governor, and we provided the best effort that we could in trying to figure out what their needs were and incorporate that into a lease, and we came up with this agreement. If we could have had them do it on their own, we would have preferred to do that, but they needed our assistance in moving this forward, and this was the agreement that we came up with, and it does have some terms that aren't normal with a GPSS lease, and that is simply because it's not a GPSS lease, and it's a lease with the government of Guam.
Senator Palacios, are you willing?
Perhaps maybe just a follow-up with respect to DII on page 5. All amounts owed to landlord due to improvements and other matters undertaken under this lease. Who would initiate the improvement project? And I mean, is it up to the lessor to just take it upon themselves to decide that we're going to improve this, we're going to improve that, without even the request of the lessee? There has to be some kind of checks and balance so that this government doesn't end up having to pay out or give tax credit for something it doesn't need. So there has to be a checks and balance as to how improvement is going to be made at the request of the lessee, and of course other matters undertaken. It's very broad, and we're dealing with a multi-million-dollar lease. We want to make sure that the interest of the people of Guam is protected.
Can I answer that now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you'd read the very last part of that sentence, and as expressly provided for under other sections of this lease. So, it was anticipated that these type of obligations had to be expressly provided for under this lease.
Can I have a question? I don't know whether it pertains to Section 5. It has to do, of course, with insurance. And, of course, this government is going to be paying $331,700 for insurance and then paying for maintenance. But then on page 8 of the draft contract, it says here, for non-ordinary maintenance and repair shall include, without limitation, damages, cleanup, replacement, repair of windows as a result of course, vandalism and typhoon. And then, of course, the government of Guam will be stuck with the deductible. So what is the insurance for if, again, the people of Guam will still have to pay for the deductible? When is the lessor going to ever, I guess, pay out? I guess on 1, 2, 3, 4, on line 6 it starts with say the tenant shall be responsible and pay for the cost of any non-ordinary maintenance and repair. And then of course further down it defines what is non-ordinary. And it is the result of typhoon. And then I ask, why then are we paying over $300,000 for insurance? And then again the government is going to pay for deductible.
So if we agreed in this that we would be responsible for, I guess essentially the kids, when we come in there, the damages that they do. If there is an insurance and it does cover something that these children do, then the insurance will cover it. If there's a deductible and we have to pay for it, then we'll pay for it. Normally, with other types of agreements, you're responsible for what the kids do, or what your tenants, what your invitees, what they do at your premises, and the landlord's insurance doesn't pay for it at all. In this particular arrangement, you actually are just responsible for the deductible amounts if it's covered by their insurance. So we actually have something that's a little bit better than normal contracts.
I'm looking at if we were to award $4.5 million to include lease rent, insurance, and maintenance,
Yeah.
then insurance would be inclusive in the lease, which would be the obligation of the lessor, because we already pay up front $331,000.
Yeah, and as we all know, insurance doesn't cover everything.
I understand.
And so those particular obligations that we agreed to, we have to pay for, what damages are caused by the children that aren't covered to the extent they're not covered by insurance.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Palacios. Speaker, you're still recognized.
Yeah. Thank you very much. The more I look at it, the more concern I have over that, because this kind of, to me, is something that's really open-ended. And I don't know this is a liability that is undefined at this time. But this is the liability that is only undefined because we haven't decided to define it. This is saying that anything any improvement made to the property, and I don't know when that is. Is it improvement after we signed the lease, or as an improvement in order for us to be able to exercise the lease? So that is for the benefit of the tenant. So if, in other words, they had a building there and it was for a cafeteria and it was for 300 workers. Then we came back in and we said, we need a cafeteria for 800 kids. So they improved it and made it available for 800. That's an improvement to the benefit of the tenant. Are they going to charge us for that now? Upon the early termination? This is an incentive to just, hose and fleece the people and the government of Guam for anything that they did that they can say, but this was something to the benefit of the tenant, even though they get to use it later on. Even though their need for a cafeteria is going to serve 800 construction workers at their peak, they can say, nope, we only planned it for 2. You told us to do it for 8, and we're going to charge you for it. So this is in my opinion, this is an existing liability that we don't know what it is. If we said, pave the parking lot, okay, we're going to pave it. Well, no, we want it for 500 cars. Even though it's going to serve them, they're going to pave for 500 cars, we're going to pay for that. I mean, what is it that we have told these guys, we're not going to rent this building unless you do these changes? And what are those costs? Because according to this, we're going to have to pay for those costs if we terminate early. So it's meant to keep us in there. That's the way I look at this, because it's under the early termination, right of early termination, and what our obligation is to them if we give them a 120-day notice and say, we don't need it. Somewhere, somebody has been talking to Cortec and telling them to make changes to that building for our benefit. And when does this kick in? Does this kick in for all of those things done after the lease is signed or before? It doesn't say. I don't know. The Attorney General, reading this section, can they come back and said, hey, you told us you needed this and we're doing it for your benefit. We did it before the lease is signed. Can they come back and say, and charge the government of Guam for that prior to the signing of the lease, or only on those instructions we give to them saying, do these things now after the signature of the lease? That's the question I have.
Which one? It was D, right? D2. Well, first off, Senator, just to be very clear here, the Office of the Attorney General did not negotiate the specific terms with Cortec. That was done between the governor's office and Cortec. We review the contracts or lease agreements for legal sufficiency as to form and to make certain that there are no prohibitions under the law that or provisions in there. Now, with respect to the D2 about all amounts owed to landlord due to improvements and other matters undertaking this lease, it would appear that this does not come into effect until the lease agreement is executed. So we take that to mean, again, we did not negotiate it, so we don't obviously understand what the intent of the parties, except we're restricted to the four corners of this document. And so we would view that as improvements that occur subsequent to the execution of the contract. So, for example, if the school wanted a ramp as an improvement, then that would be something that would be considered an improvement, and so as this provision provides, that cost would be passed on to the tenant, because the tenant would request that. And so that's our understanding. Again, just to be perfectly clear, we did not negotiate that, but it also is not uncommon, though, for many leases to for landlords to have those improvement provisions, meaning that if we put in if I was a landlord and I put in improvements at the request of the tenant, that cost does get passed on to the tenant. So I can't speculate as to how you are casting it in terms of putting it there under the early termination, except to say that typically in leases, they try to make certain that if we terminate and you owe me money based on improvements, that I make it clear somewhere in the lease or the contract that money will be paid if owed for an improvement that you wanted.
I just wanted to be very clear then for the record that that those improvements that are undertaken after June 23rd, basically, or when this lease has received June 24th when the AG signed it, and June 24th when the governor signed it. So it will be only those improvements after June 24th. That's because there was a lot of things that happened, you know, in order to do that. They did the they did the environmental studies to assure us that it's safe and all of those things. And all of the things that caused them to change their plans from being a barracks to being a school, I just want to assure that we don't get charged for that, you know, that were taken prior to the date of the signatures on this lease, and that's what under this lease
unless
means.
otherwise provided for in the lease, because it says, and other matters undertaking under this lease and as expressly provided for under other sections of this lease. So if there are other sections of this lease that included improvements or costs prior to the execution of the lease, then that would certainly be covered by this language.
So, okay, so
that
then
is what I'm saying to you is your concern may actually be real because it may be addressed in another provision of the lease agreement. So I can't give you the answer off the top of my head, but I'm answering yes to your question.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Haddock, do you recall anything else in this lease that allowed for us to be charged for any improvements prior to the execution?
No, and usually we are prohibited from getting charged prior to the execution of a lease.
Okay. But we're also prohibited from advance payment, but we're doing it in this lease, aren't we?
No, we're not making advance payment.
Really? I thought it says here that the lease for October for the fiscal year 2010 is due in full on October 1st?
That's correct.
Isn't that an advance payment?
No, that's not.
Attorney General, is the payment of a full year's lease on the first day of the year, isn't that an advance payment for all the other months that have not come yet?
Well, yeah, they're paying for 1 year after they take possession and occupy it. Yeah, that's correct. And the year's not over when they pay it, I guess.
Right, so it's an advance payment.
Yeah, they're paying for an entire year, and they
Right.
haven't occupied it for a year.
And we haven't occupied for you. Okay.
Okay, now that we're finished on section 4, we're now on section 5 report. Are there any?
It's just
Speaker Wampat?
just a minor,
Wait.
technical
sorry.
amendment.
I'm sorry, Speaker Wampat, I do apologize. Speaker Pangilinan still has an amendment on section 4. I apologize. Speaker Pangilinan?
Yes, I'm sorry. Again, I have the amendment here, and I'd like to maybe just get it copied and passed out.
Yes. We'll take a 1-minute recess. This legislature's back in session. That woke everybody up. Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you very much. I'm certainly glad you woke them up because the amendment I have been rewritten. And so what you have in front of you, I would like to present. There's two amendments, two sections here, and I will indulge the body and consider and present them separately. So it would be to add the first amendment I'm going to offer is to add a new section C in section 4 of the bill. But the section C I'm presenting is not what is currently written. The section C that I'll present is, if you could just bear with me and follow, it would be to strike out in what's presented to you. It would read, the amendment would read, here's how it would read, and I'll tell you where the changes are. Any contractual agreement for any temporary school facilities shall become effective when the governor has executed a contract for the construction of a permanent JFK campus. So the amendment there before you, we would need to strike out the word the government shall not enter into. So that would not be, that's been stricken out, and it would begin with any contractual agreement for any temporary school facilities. Insert the words shall become effective, strike out until, and put the word when the governor has executed a contract for the construction of a permanent JFK campus. So that is what it would be written. And again, I'm presenting this because, as I said earlier, the goal is to move forward and push everybody. Here's where push everyone to focus on, we're solving the issue of a temporary classroom and double session. That's taken care of in all the authorizations given to the governor under the first part of the bill. So we're not debating a double session anymore. And we're not debating of anybody. Now we're focusing on committing ourselves to doing everything that's necessary in the shortest time possible to executing a contract for the construction of a new JFK High School. And this time, it's not ARA. I wish it was ARA. I believe it should be ARA. And we're just saying, Governor, if you want to do ARA, do it. If you want to do IBC, do IBC. But you got to do it now. You got to make that determination now that you execute a contract, or I guess this would work for IBC, that he executes that contract. And everybody says IBC's right around the corner, 1 day, 2 days. As a matter of fact, they said they're going to have a groundbreaking on August 1st. So what's the delay? Why doesn't everybody just sit down, work all night? Why do we say we're going to wait till July 1st to sign the contract? What can't we do now that has to wait till July 1st to sign? Why can't we just, the governor and all of his people, get into a room with whoever they want to get into and don't leave until you agree to something and you sign it? I just can't believe that that can't be done. And if it can't be, then tell us why it can't be. Because every time we ask the question, everybody says, oh, everything's set. They've agreed to this, they've agreed to that, it's fully funded, it's all this. But yet, everybody tells us, wait till August 1st and wait till July 1st. And again, we're going to lose. We're going to lose the urgency once we put those children into that temporary classroom that in a manner that allows it to proceed forever. And so maybe this may complicate it once again. And maybe what we need to do is that the governor has executed a contract or committed a funding or committed a course of action. That's what I'm looking for. You know, I'm looking for something more concrete than hope and a promise, because that hasn't been enough. It's quite simply that. You know, a promise hasn't been enough coming from this administration, because promises have been made and promises have been broken. You know, and so that's what I'm trying to do. If everybody just says, okay, here he goes again, you know, trying to throw a monkey wrench. I'm not trying to throw a monkey wrench. I'm saying, and it's my belief, that the issue of a temporary facility, temporary campus, and a permanent commitment to a permanent construction of a JFK campus, to the construction of a permanent are Siamese twins. And if you separate the two, one of them's going to die. You know? And I believe that the way everything's written, the way everything's proceeding, it's going to be the permanent campus that's going to die on the vine. It may not die right away, but it'll die on the vine. You know? Or else it's going to take us 5 years. Or else it's going to take us 10 years. Whatever it is, it's just not going to have the sense of urgency and the commitment to do it right away. And that's all I'm trying to do here. Put the two together. Let the governor decide how he wants to do it. But give the commitment at the same time in a manner that is acceptable, that everybody knows, everybody understands, and that we're just not going to rely on a hope and a promise. You know? Because it's not there. And so I present this with that, no other agenda than tying the two together, thinking that these two are Siamese twins and one's going to be sacrificed if we don't do it this way. That's all.
I have Senator Guthertz and then Senator Respicio. Senator Guthertz, you're recognized.
Well, I wanted to ask Attorney Haddock a couple questions, but maybe I can ask the Attorney General's office. And I don't know if this is an issue, but have you folks been involved in the discussions with IBC? You have not. Okay. So then, Madam Chair, we need to wait for Mr. Haddock to return, because I have a couple of questions for
I'll
him.
go ahead and ask the Sergeant of Arms to get Attorney Haddock in, please. Would you like to?
Let me just share the nature of my concern.
It was noted by Mrs. Duenas that neither her or Attorney Haddock were involved in that. If it
happened to Gita, I thought they were here.
Senator Guthertz.
Well, I'd like some reassurance before I would even consider voting on the amendment. I want some reassurance that this contract is under active completion in terms of the negotiations, and that there are no impediments, and that it's going to be signed, and I'd like to know what date it's going to be signed on.
Senator, I can only give you what I heard in the news the other day after they all met at the GITA conference room. The comments coming from all commenters after that meeting was that there was going to be a contract signed within a month. That's all that I remember.
Okay. Well, let me ask Mr. Haddock. Thank you very much, Mr. Haddock, Attorney Haddock. Senator Pangilinan has a very, very important amendment, which may or may not be necessary. I would hope it would not be necessary, but I want to ask, since you're representing the administration and the GITA guys flew away, what is the status of the IBC contract? Is it going to be signed? When is it going to be signed? And why do we have to wait for a month for it to be signed?
If I may, unfortunately, due to the procurement process, unless you're part of the negotiation teams, you won't be afforded the opportunity to review the negotiations unless a contract's been awarded. And until that time, they're not really at liberty to discuss what's necessarily going on. I guess there's been some talk about what's going on with JFK, and some people have said that they're very close, including the GEDCA administrator and is it Larry? and Lester have alluded that they're very close to being completed, and I guess they've even publicly, and especially I guess there's members, the JFK Closure Task Force, which it has four GPSS members on it, have consistently sent me emails time and time again requesting the veto of the legislation that was previously sent down, saying that they're at the very tail end of negotiation and on the verge of completing this contract. Unfortunately, I do not have the current status. If you wanted to call them in and ask them, it might have to be under an oversight type hearing where you wouldn't release or disclose.
I guess, Madam Chair, what I'm looking for is this. Senator Pangilinan has an amendment that may or may not be necessary. There are obviously some doubts as to whether or not the administration is committed to building a new JFK at the Tumon site.
Senator, please, if we gave the impression that this administration is not committed, I only answered whether we knew when a contract was.
I understand, but what I'm trying to find out is, for the record, for everybody on Guam to hear and see, is Governor Camacho, is the administration committed to build a new JFK at the Tumon site of JFK?
Absolutely, unequivocally, I could say that on behalf of the governor.
Is the governor committed to do this, as was announced, I guess, the negotiations for the new, the contractor for the new JFK, they're very close, they're supposed to have a groundbreaking August 1st. Is that what we can expect?
That's correct, Senator, we can expect that, but you asked when we can expect the signature on a contract, and that's what I answered.
Yeah.
I am not certain, and like I said, the only thing I heard through the media is that there was going to be a contract signed in about a month, but unfortunately, Mr. Blas just left. I think he could have answered. I'm sorry.
I guess what I'm trying to press upon the representatives from the administration is that obviously there's some suspicion that there really may be some other things going on where if we approve the temporary school, that the administration will back out of building the new JFK. And just for the record, for all the people of Guam to hear, reiterate that the administration is committed to build a new JFK immediately, not next year, but immediately upon the conclusion of the contractual negotiations.
And as Ms. Bertha Perez has said, unequivocally, again, second time, Ms. Bertha Duenas has said, I always get my money handlers mixed up. But as unequivocally, we are going to move forward with this JFK project as it stands with this current RFP. We have been assured that that very shortly they should be going out and looking for funding and trying to close this deal. One of the problems that was encountered was beyond our control. As we know, there was debt financing and the landfill financing that went out. Unfortunately, GEDCA didn't have the capacity to do all three projects at the same time. And as ordered by the court, the District Court of Guam ordered Guam EPA, as long as, and as well as other agencies and all agencies of the government of Guam, to give the landfill their priority. So in compliance with the District Court orders, they gave this landfill financing their priority. And unfortunately, JFK's financing plan stood in the back burner until the landfill financing plan was completed. And now they are going full steam ahead. That is their #1 priority at this point. And they are ensuring that they could get financing for this endeavor to get it completed by the end of, they're under strict orders to get this done before this temporary lease ends, because we do not want any problems with it.
Wait, before the temporary lease
The
ends?
1 year, because essentially it's a 1 year lease now. That's all we're guaranteed to.
Yeah.
Is 1 year. So we want that place. You know, we've gone back and negotiated with them to get it terminable in 1 year, and that's on the condition that we really want to get JFK open, and we're going to use all the resources that we possibly have to get JFK open in time for that, so that this doesn't happen again next year to these same students.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, again, I understand the intent of the mover and the intent of an amendment like this, and I appreciate the analogy that this has to be Siamese twins. But, you know, I don't see myself supporting something like this because I don't want to throw the Siamese twins out with the bathwater. And if you take a look at tying the two together, logistically, I mean, our goal, and I know this is the mover's goal also, it's everybody's in elected or appointed capacity. Everybody's goal is to end double session at George Washington High School and to rebuild John F. Kennedy High School. But logistically, you have to have the John F. Kennedy High School community somewhere in this, so that you can move to renovate, or rather reconstruct John F. Kennedy High School. And an amendment like this basically says that the administration, the government of Guam, cannot enter into a contractual agreement for a temporary school until the funds have been committed or until the governor has executed a contract for a permanent JFK campus. Now, this to me seems like it's unfair for Cortec because the whole Tizen concept is contingent upon whether or not GITA can be successful in securing the financing for IBC pursuant to another RFP process. I mean, if there's problems, and the previous speaker spoke to these problems, we're all aware, and the governor's office cannot confirm or probably couldn't deny whether or not this group has access to the financing that's required to construct the new John F. Kennedy High School. And that's our suspicion, Madam Chair. If they could have secured the financing before, I mean, the RFP process was 70% financing, and this company responded. They said they can secure the funds. And if the administration is somehow trying to buy time so that this company can get their financing together, you know, I think that's for another oversight hearing that should take place, or I think we should probably put an amendment in this bill to cancel that RFP process, because we need to come to the conclusion that perhaps IBC does not have the financing to do this. And there's growing speculation, and it's justified, that maybe the whole Tizen interim temporary school for John F. Kennedy High School may not be so temporary, because the vendor they chose to do the reconstruction of John F. Kennedy High School may not have the financing necessary. And the administration can say this, you know, can pledge all they want that this is the governor's commitment, this is what he wants to do. Whether he's able to do this remains to be seen. But I don't think an amendment like this would lend itself to ending double session at George Washington High School. And I don't think this is something that the administration would agree to, and it might just bring us back to day one, and it might just set us back rather than getting us closer to having a temporary campus for JFK. It might get us closer to realizing the ending of double session for both JFK and the George Washington High School communities. And so I don't object to this amendment. I don't support this amendment. I understand the intent. There's perhaps another way to address the speculation that we have as to whether or not this company has the financing to reconstruct JFK. But I don't think trying to put two babies together and say it's a Siamese twin, it's necessary. I think something like this would look more like a two-headed monster than it would look like a Siamese twin. And so I don't support this amendment.
would you like a response to that?
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Spucio. I do agree with Senator Pangilinan that these two things are very similar and they go together. We need a new JFK at the end of this 1-year term that we're guaranteed with this contract. So they are related. The problem is we start putting in these specific provisions, as has seen with the last legislation, it would have killed both the interim campus and our plans for the new JFK. My view is with the provisions that are in this particular legislation, although it might not kill our plans for the new campus, it does look as though it'll probably kill our plans for this interim facility. But I do agree with Senator Pangilinan that they're tied very closely. If we need to get this new JFK done in time for this 1 year to end, we're not guaranteed with the way that we negotiated it at the behest of the legislature for a 1-year term. We need to get something open within 1 year because we are not guaranteed that facility at the end of the year. If the lessors want to come out and cancel the lease as well, they could come out and cancel the lease. If they need it for their barracks in time for the military buildup, then they'll probably do so. And that's because you can't get someone to guarantee the availability and not guarantee them that you're going to be utilizing that space. So our initial plans were, we thought that in discussions with the school board that a longer term lease would be advisable, because we didn't want to run into the same problem at the end of having a new JFK and then finding out that GW was going to be closed for the same reasons, that it's under dire need of repair and they would probably need to go into double session at JFK. And we didn't want to see that happen. We wanted to see JFK remodeled or GW remodeled, to see there's some other middle schools that need to be redone as well. And we thought that this was the perfect time to remodel or bring up to speed a lot of the schools that have been in desperate need of renovations for decades that haven't been properly addressed. However, since it was the legislature's desire to have 1 year, we abided by that and we are sticking by that commitment. However, it is closely tied now with the opening of JFK, and we are going to put all of our resources in
And you said
that.
the administration's about 30 days away from signing a contract for the reconstruction of John F. Kennedy High School?
It might be.
What's the range?
It might be, it might be after they go out and try to secure financing, but what I would think is they would probably sign an agreement before they go out and find financing. But what they need is, what I understand is they probably need pricing data from, the little bit I deal with bonds, is that they probably need the pricing data to figure out what type of amortization and what type of cost schedule they're going to put out in this type of endeavor.
How much time do you think we're looking at the governor would need to execute a contract? Minimum.
I think I wouldn't have the knowledge to say that, because if it came to just executing the agreement, we could do it tomorrow. But the problem is I don't know if GEDCA has the information necessary that it needs to put in that agreement that the governor could sign. I don't know if they have the pricing data, if they have all of the variables that would be needed for a bond issuance. I'm not too sure. That those things would have to be addressed by GEDCA and DPW.
And my point is, if let's say hypothetically we're 30 days away, that's another 30 days delay in getting the capital outlay or the capital equipment required, and that's another 30 days in deciding whether or not the interim JFK campus is, to prepare that campus for a temporary John F. Kennedy High School. And that delay just, the window here is so narrow that...
It is very narrow, and I've been... some of the discussions that I've heard is that this company is ready to start on the demolition work next month and move forward in that regard to building the new facility. I'm not too sure if they, I guess normally they would probably need to get a contract or something in place prior towards entering, doing the demolition work. So, if it's early, the early parts of next month or the middle of next month, maybe that'll be done at that time.
Is there language that you can propose that would commit the governor to constructing a permanent John F. Kennedy high school and not really tying the two together and making them look like a Siamese twins?
You know, unfortunately, you know, at some point, you know, I think there just has to be some trust with the administration. It's you know, have you seen, there's kids out here, we have kids that work at our office, there's kids that are protesting. I think, you know, the public pressure that's on this administration, the legislature, GPSS, you know, that's significant pressure to guarantee that, yes, this will get done to the best of our abilities, you know, and hopefully to the best of your abilities. If we have needs that need to be met in regards to legislation, that you as well will look forward to receiving something from us and doing it on an expeditious schedule as we required from this particular endeavor. But, you know, the public's demanding this new JFK, and the public's demanding this interim campus. And we hear it loud and clear, and that's our objective. And as honorable members of this government, we're doing our best efforts to ensure that those two endeavors get moved as expeditiously as possible. And we thought that reducing this lease to a one-year commitment demonstrated that, yes, we are committed to moving forward with JFK. We are only renting this now for JFK, and we're going to use our best efforts to ensure at the end of this term that JFK is available for these kids to move into.
Well, I really like subsection D in this amendment, Madam Chair, so I'm hoping we can divide the question. It is?
The question is
okay.
divided.
Okay,
The amendment
thank
is
you very
divided.
much.
Senator Palacios, thank you. Senator Respicio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, of course, I support the Pangilinan amendment. Again, I don't see anything wrong with this. Why? Because we cannot not be concerned with the issue of building a permanent JFK. The very reason why we're here now, past 5 o'clock, is because we're trying to find a temporary campus for JFK while we're working on the permanent. So there's just no way we can divorce ourselves from that issue. And what is not comfortable with me is this 10-year lease. It doesn't support the mentality that we're here trying to debate for a campus for temporary measure. A 10-year temporary measure, I mean, there's something here beyond just JFK. And that is, I'm not privy to that, and probably my colleague from Barrigada is not privy to that. But it doesn't make sense to have a 10-year lease. And again, I am not comfortable with the so-called tax credit that's going to be locked in for 10 years, because that's a resources that rightly belong to this body to administer and regulate the tax credit. And so those are the things that begin to make me very uncomfortable with the 10-year lease at a cost of about $5 million. That's $50 million minimum, $50 million in, 10 years? I don't know for what other purpose the so-called temporary JFK will be used after 1 year, unless there is no JFK 1 year from now. And so to demonstrate the sincerity and the real commitment to build a permanent JFK, why don't we have the governor sign a contract for the construction with a date to begin the construction at a later date? It doesn't matter. We just want a contract signed. And I don't think there's any issue for that, considering the 10 years that we're going to put into this. I am not ready to commit the people of Guam to forego $10 million, 10 years of so-called tax abatement and what are the things that this government really need. I am not prepared to give that authority up. And again, this is a very simple amendment. If at worst, it will probably delay a little bit. But why should we rush on a contract that's going to lock in this government for 10 years at $5 million per year? Even though the tax credit, if we don't get it, it will be money that will have been paid to us anyway. So as far as I'm concerned, is as good as cash. And again, I support this amendment because it can only continue to guarantee the protection of the people's interest on this particular matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Palacios, would you like to hear a response from the governor's office, legal counsel?
Again, Madam Chair, I mean, this thing about planning and all that, I mean, I want to see something concrete, and I don't care to hear a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Vice Speaker PJ, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have my copy in front of me, but maybe one of you does, of the RFP that went out for this project. It was distributed to us, and I think we've got to remember that. I think everybody keeps talking about the 10-year contract sounding like it was something that was dreamt up by Cortec, but if my memory serves me right, and I don't think I'm having a Alzheimer or a senior moment at this point, on page 2 of that RFP, I thought I remembered reading distinctly that the term of the lease was for 10 years. And if we didn't comply with that, we'd be back at square one, and we wouldn't be needing to think about a temporary facility on August the 10th, 2009. We'd have to be talking about a temporary facility August 2010. And so I think the public needs to be made aware that the 10-year provision was because the government put that in its initial RFP. And I just want that part cleared. And I understand, Madam Chair, the good movers' concerns. I, more than anybody in here, shouldn't say I don't trust. I have real questions as to whether or not I can believe anything that's being said by Adelup at any point. So I understand it. But at this point, with 55 days to go, I cannot be party to any provision that's going to put off for another day or for another 10 days or 12 days. These contract negotiations have been going since January for both projects. And it's the children that are attending the two schools that are hurting. Someone had a sign up here that said there are 2,300 reasons to move forward today. There are 5,000 reasons because there are that many students in both schools, including their faculty. We need to move forward today with an interim campus, and though I have real problems believing what's happening up front at Adelup, I at this point need to make sure that those children of both campuses have their own campus for a full day of education, and so I object and I oppose this amendment.
Thank you. Senator Matt Rector, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. I actually have a question for the AG's office. Seeing as this contract has already been signed with Cortec, it's my memory, and I was searching the Organic Act, and I didn't find it quite clearly, but it quite clearly says, I believe, that no law shall be passed to impair an existing contract, I believe is the exact language. So even if we pass this Amendment C, could it possibly impair the contract that's already been signed?
I believe your recollection of or your description of the terms for what they call the contracts clause is correct. Whether the proposed amendment by Senator Pangilinan C would constitute a impairment of the contract is a possibility that the lessor could raise, because, and certainly it would be a condition that's added ex post facto to the contract that's executed. But this also is a contract that's executed with a condition subsequent, which is to have a law in place that provides for tax credits to the satisfaction of the lessor or landlord. So if they found this provision in the bill to be unsatisfactory, then they could decide that this lease agreement is therefore null and void.
Well, therefore null and void, or I believe in this bill, there's an escape clause, I'm sure, a severability clause. So if this is found, if it's challenged and this is found to be illegal or inorganic, then the rest of the clause go through, the contract would be in place, the rest of the bill would go through, the contract would be in place, but this would just be pulled out, this Amendment C. Is my understanding.
Yeah, if there was litigation and a court found that particular provision was unconstitutional, yeah, that's normally what a severability clause provides for. That's how it operates. So to answer your question, yes, if it was challenged in court, then only that provision would be the one that's the subject of the litigation, and the rest of the bill, if it became law, those provisions would stand. But I think the underlying issue is whether the lessor would be satisfied with a provision that adds a condition after they've executed this contract.
Right.
And I don't know the answer to that.
Good. If you did know the answer to that, I might be a little worried. But, yeah, and henceforth, you know, I too, this whole contract really worries me. I mean, obligating the children of Guam to another debt and 10 years of $5 million a year payments that are in whoever the governor's to come is discretion, really worries me. I mean, $5 million a year is a fair chunk of change. I'd prefer to see that $5 million a year hire a few extra teachers or a few extra nurses or a few extra police officers or firefighters, as opposed to just making someone's bank account fatter, as opposed to if it's not truly needed. So that's kind of my problem, is I'm going to support the intent of this amendment, but I'm afraid that it's not going to do what we want. So there you go. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Palacios, did you have a point of information?
Point of inquiry in front of the legal counsel. This is pertaining to the draft contract on page 14 and item 34. And again, if I'm just following I think the line of questioning or the issue presented by the last speaker with respect to that if the bill before us is not passed, will this contract be valid with the provision there for the issue of a tax credit? Because I think right now that is the only thing that this contract keeps coming back to these legislatures for that one element. And if this contract is already signed and there's no authority given yet by this body to issue tax credits, and that's contained in item 34 of page 14, and then how can that be? How can an element that is not authorized by law be part of a contract that's already signed? I'm not sure I understand your question. Okay, it says here, subject to availability, and then on the second sentence, tenants shall issue tax credit as permitted by law if tenant has insufficient funds. Now, unless there is already a law authorizing the issuance of a tax credit, then this would be a valid sentence on this provision. Right. There is no such thing. I mean, it's there. That's why we're here discussing Bill 1 to authorize that. I'm not sure I really understand your question, Senator, except to say that the sentence says the tenant shall issue tax credits as permitted by law if they have no sufficient funds. So
I want to know,
if
is
the
there a
law-
law now?
If the law permits that, this
But-
bill,
But that's what I'm saying, that is there a law now permit, notwithstanding Bill 1 because it's not yet passed into law, is there such a law now? Well, it says here, as permitted by law. Is there a current law now permitting the governor to issue tax credit?
you're just asking about general tax law, are there tax credits?
No, for this particular lease.
Oh, no, you have to go to page 4, 6, section 6. That provision basically says if the landlord is not satisfied with the tax credit law that you passed, or first off, if a tax credit law is not enacted today to the satisfaction of the landlord, then the language says the lease shall automatically be canceled.
So in actuality then, they went ahead and included item 34 in the hope that now this body today, tonight, would act a statute to satisfy that.
Well, yes, but it's also designed for the subject availability of funds provision, but that last sentence, yeah, that was in anticipation that if the condition is met in 6, then certainly it would be consistent with 34.
Actually, my inquiry here is that the contract is signed.
Right.
But there's no law that has authorized yet the issuance of a tax credit
Right,
for this purpose.
right,
But the contract is already signed.
yes. It's a
Okay.
condition subsequent. You can
Okay.
you can sign contracts with conditions. Yeah, that happen, and the condition occurs after the execution of the contract.
Okay.
It's kind of like, I'll accept the lease of my building after you paint it all white. But if
Okay.
you don't paint it all white, then I'm not going to accept it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the Pangilinan amendment? If not, Speaker Pangilinan, you can close. There was opposition to the amendment, which the first part on section C. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by raising your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Amendment fails. Speaker Pangilinan, section D.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to offer then the next amendment. It's on the same page, and rather than a D, then that'll be a section C. And it basically says that the appropriation shall not be subject to the transfer authority of Imagalahi and shall be utilized solely for the purpose herein.
No objection. Any? If there are no if there's any speakers on the amendment, if there's no objections? No objection? Motion carries. Section D
Can I
became subsection C.
Can I just ask a question? I need clarification.
Sure.
Since the amendment subsection C
Was
it
failed.
but then there's the existing C where it says expenses related to the appropriation remain?
Meaning,
So then the section C is back again and D as is.
as is.
In Senator Pangalinan's other amendment that passed. Your section C that says expenses related to the appropriation of these monies as it relates to temporary JFK High School facilities. That's still there. It's restored.
No, where's that?
No,
No, I know. But if you look, it says section 4, and this is section 4. Oh, these failed? No. It did? I said that.
Yeah, it only contains A and B.
Oh, I put down that it passed.
Okay, so on the new subsection C, this appropriation shall not be subject to transfer authority of Imagalahi and shall be utilized solely for the purpose herein. There is no objection. Motion carries.
Sorry. We are in section 5?
We are still in section 4,
Oh, okay.
and now there's a new amendment. Senator Respicio, you're recognized on section 4.
Look, I could count. Okay, so section 5.
Senator Respicio, we haven't addressed section 5 yet, so if there's nobody wishing to speak on section 4, we will now be moving to section 5.
Section 5, Madam Chair.
And Speaker Wampat, you're recognized on section 5.
This is a very
on the report.
simple amendment where it says GETCA, that it should be GIDA, and then maybe we should spell it out, the Guam Economic Development Authority, parentheses, GIDA. I mean, it's just...
on that amendment to make that technical right?
We keep calling it GETCA and it's GIDA, back to GIDA
correct
again.
GETCA and spell it out. If there are no objections, motion carries. Senator Wampat, you still have the floor on section 5. If not, anybody else wishing to speak on section 5 on the report? If not, we'll move forward. Senator Respicio, you're recognized on the new section.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have a companion legislation or an amendment to Section 5, which really would take the GIDA's annual report to the legislature that details the impact of this act on the business privilege taxes. And my amendment really is something that I share the concern of our appropriations chairman and others here when we say that when you give tax credits, you have to account for these tax credits somewhere, somehow. And it's not, we don't print our own money, it's not free money that we're giving out. We have to capture it in our budgetary processes. And so this would add a new section, and it'll require the governor in each fiscal year's budget submission to the legislature to account for the annual amount of tax credits, rebates, and offsets used for the purposes stated in this act, so that there would actually be an amount that would have to be quantified to offset to be taken from the total revenue estimated for that fiscal year.
Thank you, Senator Respicio. That would be the new section 6.
That's correct.
Before the severability clause.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. On that amendment, are there any speakers?
Maybe we can hear from Ms. Duenas.
Account for the annual amount of tax credits, rebates, and offsets. In the context of the contract that is, I guess, between Cortec now and the government, I'm just wondering if maybe we could just be more clear as to, because what I envision, of course, the budget process is you identify your revenue sources and then you proceed to provide a plan for spending it. And I know that what you want is for that tax credits to be a part of that accounting of the budget. But I'm just wondering if, for example, we come with the 2011 budget, which is the next budget, and I'm not sure how we can quantify a tax credit that has not yet been executed for the year. In other words, we won't know until, I guess, closer to, we usually submit we would be submitting 2011 budget in January. We probably won't know if there's any tax credit application attendant with the contract until later in the fiscal year. So I'm not sure
if you don't,
fulfill, although I know what you're looking for.
Yeah, here's the example. If the governor does not identify money to do an outright appropriation, he still needs to identify from the revenue sources what he's going to give in terms of a tax credit. So for his budget submission for FY
So I guess
2011,
from
if
the-
this continues for another year, what I'm hoping this amendment would accomplish is that the governor in his budget submission would identify a $4.5 million appropriation, cash or tax credits.
Yeah.
And so you would subtract that from your total revenue estimate for that fiscal
And I
year.
guess what I'm trying to say is that every year is going to be, I guess, how the contract continues, if it does continue. It would, I guess, the legislature, between the legislature and the administration, they'd have to determine how it's going to be taken care of as far as whether it's going to be paid in cash or by tax credit.
And this amendment would say that that policy decision be initiated by the governor.
Okay.
Because in this case, where we're addressing the FY 2010 budget, as the appropriation chairman stated, there's not a single dollar that's been requested for the legislature to appropriate to use as a payment for the interim JFK campus. And
Okay, I
so,
understand. So what you're saying, it's either, when we present the budget, it's either we request for an appropriation to satisfy the annual lease requirement or identify
the amount of tax credits you'd like
the
to
tax
apply,
credit
and we'll subtract that
in the
from
revenue
this,
stream.
and that be part of your spending
Okay.
plan. Okay?
Okay,
Thank you very
yes.
much, and I'm hoping our colleagues will support this, because this is really a way we can account for the tax credits and how they would be captured in our budget process. Thank you.
On the special amendment, if there's no speaker, Ben Pangilinan, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to thank the Majority Leader for the amendment. I certainly support it, and I'm going to raise two hands when I vote.
Thank you. If there are no other speakers on that amendment, are there any objections? If there are no objections, motion carries. We are now, that was section 6. Before we reach section 7, are there any others who wish to speak? If not, Speaker Ben, you can take the chair, or unless you want to speak. Sure. If there's no objection, a 5-minute recess. We're in 5-minute recess. This legislature is back in session.
Thank you very much,
Speaker
Madam
Pangilinan.
Chair. Madam Chair, the amendment I have would be to add a section D to 4, and that would be section 4. And that would be, it's a very simple amendment. You know, the authorization to issue tax credit contained in this section 3 shall expire on September 30, 2011. So this gives 2 years. We actually can then enter into a 2-year lease using tax credits. And, you know, everybody says we have a contract with IBC, it's going to be done in 9 months, we're going to sign the thing next month, we're going to have a groundbreaking in August. And so what this would do is at least the tax credit issuing new tax credits. The tax credits that are issued in 2010 and 2011 can continue until exhausted. But new tax credit to continue the lease for another year under a tax credit versus a appropriation would not be able to happen. And there should be no reason that it should happen. Because if we can't build JFK in 2 years, then we just don't want to do it, you know, for whatever reason. I can't believe that we can't finalize something. Hell, we can even go out for a new RFP and do it under this time frame, if that's what everybody wants. Because now I keep hearing this thing coming up, oh, IBC, really, they have problems with their financing, maybe they're not going to do it. The evaluation criteria is flawed because the evaluation says 70% of the criteria should be for funding availability. And so once we put the children into JFK, into this temporary facility, there's no double session, then who knows what's going to happen next. And they can continue that lease under a tax credit without any appropriation for 10 years. Once we do that, I really think the idea of a new JFK becomes something in the distant. It becomes less urgent. We all want it, and I will never say that the governor doesn't want a permanent JFK campus. I just don't know where he wants it, and I don't know when he wants it. But I do know he wants a permanent JFK campus. I'll give him that. I just don't know where and when. So I keep hearing, something's a little disturbing to me because I keep hearing this recurring theme. The closer we get to that temporary facility of putting the children in there and relieving double session, the closer we get to that, the more I hear, well, maybe IBC really doesn't have it right, and maybe we might have to redo it, and so forth and so forth. That once we put them in there, there's no more pressure, and that, yeah, we will reissue an RFP, and we'll kick IBC out, or whatever. I don't know. I'm speculating, and I admit that. But if we say that the tax credit authorization of that temporary classroom will expire in 2 years, and that if we want to renegotiate, we can. We can come back and reissue the tax credit, or we can go and appropriate the money. But we know that they can't continue it using a tax credit process beyond 2 years. And everything should really be done by then. And so that's my presentation here. I don't think this impairs a contract at all. Hell, we have a contract that doesn't exist, really. So on the issue of, is this an impairment of contract? I don't believe so, because we're allowing the tax credit. It's just that we decide that we're not allowing it for 10 years. And so that is in very simple language in this. What I tried to do with the other, and I admit that, this is a new way of trying to accomplish what was not acceptable before. And I clarified it and simplified, hoping that it won't create that confusion of linking it to the signing of a contract and so forth. So that's the presentation I have, and I ask for the body's consideration.
Thank you, Speaker Pangilinan. We have Senator Palacios, Senator Ada, then Senator Rector.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, again, I support the Pangilinan amendment. Again, the only single thing that the administration and the prospective lessor keep coming back to this body is for this one element, this tax credit. They needed it. And I think that if we tonight give in to both parties, that will be the last that we will be required to be involved. Now we are involved, we are made involved because they have no choice. And we give into this. Again, we're here looking for a permanent solution and trying to find out a temporary measure to make sure that we have a permanent solution. A 10-year tax credit authorization is just too much for myself as a policymaker is to give up. I am willing to give up and let them borrow 2 years authority to issue tax credit, but not 10 years. And again, there's no problem with this. I cannot see how this would not be workable unless there are other things that we don't know. And so on that, I support this amendment. It will not hurt what's going on with terminating the double session and proceed going on to construct a permanent facility. There's no problem with it. It will not jeopardize either one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Sidus Masi. Senator Palacios. Senator Ada, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I certainly understand fully, I think, what the mover of the amendment is trying to accomplish, and I certainly support the intent. However, I'm concerned that, we had this similar discussion, and the mover of the amendment himself admitted that this is basically another way of saying what he had said earlier. But I have to also, listen to what the Attorney General's representative is advising, and if he's saying that that another way of having to come back to the administration having to come back after a couple of years to apply for more tax credits or whatever, or to get that appropriated is going to be a violation of that contracts clause. If I didn't care for it, I guess I could make that decision on my own, but I have to rely on his expertise in the legal arena, and if his advice is that, it's going to cause a violation of the contracts clause, I certainly don't want to come back here again and start back why we came back today. So, in as much as I understand and I support the amendment, the intent of the amendment, I feel that, we're just going to go back again and we're just saying the same thing in a different way, which was voted down earlier, basically based on the advice provided by the Attorney General's office. And I guess I'm going to ask again this time from the Attorney General's representative, is the amendment that's being proffered here going to present an issue with the violation of the contracts clause concerns?
Well, Senator, unlike the previous amendment that I commented on, which was a condition before it would allow the lease to proceed, this particular provision on its face puts an expiration on the authorization of the tax credit. So to the extent that Senator Pangalinan's comments about it does authorize the tax credit, that is true. This bill would authorize the tax credit, but it would appear that this tax credit only has a life term of 2 years. Now we're getting into more of a gray area with this type of language, whether it would actually be considered an impairment. And objectively, I think that would have to be in the eyes of the lessor, who, as the contract provides, would it be to his full satisfaction? okay, would he, and I've not negotiated with that contractor, Cortec, would he be willing to accept tax credits up to 2 years under the lease and with this type of language? I do not know the answer because I didn't negotiate with them. I didn't have discussions about what the intent of the parties were, because only, I guess, Mr. Haddock could probably give more light on that, whether they talked it in context of, this is only a temporary measure, and so forth. That's not to say that the lessor could not decide, or his counsel may take a stricter view and say, I think that this is interfering with the bargain that we wanted, which was to have a 10-year term that allows the authorization of either tax credits or cash to pay for whenever the government uses that property. So it's not directly, in my mind, a clear impairment, but that's not to say that the counsel for Cortec may not view it that way and advise his client, do not enter into this agreement. It's not to our full satisfaction. So that's the best answer I can give. The other one I thought was clearer because that actually would have kept the effectiveness of the lease. This one here is just saying, we're giving you the tax credits, but it only has a life term of 2 years now. Does that really interfere with the entire contract? Not necessarily. It would be almost something that had to be challenged in court. So my best guess is that this is a business decision that Cortec will have to make.
If I could just clarify, the life of the tax credit can be until it's exhausted.
Oh yeah, if he's owed, yeah.
Yeah, so if we use a tax credit to pay for 2010 lease, that can go.
You're talking about the third year. If there was a third year.
If there's a third year.
They would not, you're saying that this.
We could not pay it using a tax credit.
Not a tax credit.
Right. But the
they could pay it by cash.
Right, but the 2010 and the 2011 tax credits are still good.
And that's why I was saying it would be a business decision, because Cortec and his counsel would have to decide, okay, we're into a third year. Do we want to risk not getting cash, or do we like the tax credit? These are business decisions they would have to make. So, and I don't have any insight into how they think, because we did not negotiate with them. So that's the bit. This provision is somewhat different than the previous one, and it presents I think, more of a business decision issue for Cortec as opposed to a direct legal impediment. And perhaps you should ask counsel whether they may think this is a deal breaker or not. I do not have any insight into them.
Would you like Attorney Haddock to respond?
Well, why not? We're here.
Attorney Haddock?
Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to give you, an expression as what they would feel in regards to this. However, I guess that the best, it would be speculation on my part whether or not a tax credit in excess of the expiration date would satisfy their requirements. But I guess the best that I could offer is that it would be an expiration of the guaranteed, or it would be in excess of the guaranteed term of the agreement.
Senator Rector and then Senator Guthertz.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the Pangilinan Amendment. This is, once again, without this, I don't see how I could possibly support this bill. 10 years of unauthorized, unappropriated tax credits from this legislature, to give that kind of power to any governor, I think would be derelict to my duty, and I just don't think I could actually do that. So I rise in support of this amendment, because I think that's the only way I could even possibly support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Rector. Senator Guthertz, you're recognized.
Well, Madam Chair, I'm really concerned about this amendment, and I think this whole thing could fall apart if the amendment were to pass. So I would have to object to it.
Are there any other speakers on the amendment? If not, Senator Pangilinan, Speaker Pangilinan, would you like to close? Based on that, there was an objection on the floor. All those who support the Pangilinan amendment, please signify by raising your hand. Motion carries. I'm sorry, motion fails. There's only 6 votes. Again, we've exhausted the discussions on the different sections. Speaker Pangilinan? Okay, if not, we're gonna, I'm sorry, Speaker Juan Pat, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to rise with all of the amendments intact and with the recommendation to do pass.
Okay, on that, we'll take a 1-minute recess. I'm sorry, on the motion to rise with all the amendments intact, are there any objections? If there are no objection, motion carries. We're going to go ahead and take a 1-minute recess to regroup.
The legislature's back in session. Madam Speaker or the chairman?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to report that the Committee on Appropriations has duly risen from its Committee of the Whole on the matter of Bill 1 as substituted by the Committee on Appropriations, Taxation, Banking, Insurance, Retirement, and Land, and further substituted by the author and as amended in the Committee of the Whole. And we have completed our deliberations. The committee would like to make a motion then that Bill number 1S, as I just delineated, be placed in the third reading file and the recommendation to do pass.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Are there any objections to the motion made by the Chairman of Appropriations? There being no objections, so ordered. Are there any? Did you want to speak, Madam Speaker? Okay. Voting file. Third reading. Voting file. Would the clerk call the bill? Yes, only one. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay. Bill number 1, LS, is substituted by the Committee on Appropriations, Taxation, Banking, Insurance, Retirement, and Land, further substituted by the author and amended in the Committee of the Whole. Introduced by Judith T. Wampet, EDD. An act to authorize tax credits to the lessors of the temporary location of the John F. Kennedy High School campus.
Roll call.
Senator Ada. Senator Agun. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz. Senator Espaldon. Senator Gutherds. Senator Munoz Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio. Senator Taitagui. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampet.
Yes.
Senator Rector. Senator Rector.
Yes, ready. Yes. That was at the very beginning. Substitute Bill number 1LS received 11 yeas, 1 nay, and 3 excused absence. Substitute Bill number 1 LS is duly passed. What's the vetoed bill number? Vetoed bill. I don't have the number. Okay. Notwithstanding then the objections of Magalan Guahan on the matter of vetoed bill number 1, can I have the clerk please read the bill and
Vetoed Bill Number 53 COR as amended by the Committee on Appropriations, Taxation, Retirement, Banking, Insurance, and Land, and further amended on the floor. Introduced by E.J.B. Calvo, Judith T. Wampet, EDD, Ray Tenorio, and others. An act to appropriate funds to the Mayor's Council of Guam from the Guam Highway Fund for village streets maintenance and beautification and other purposes.
roll call?
Senator Ada. Senator Agun. Senator Blas. Senator Calvo. Senator Cruz. Senator Espadon. Senator Guthertz. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Palacios. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rector. Senator Respicio. Senator Taitugui. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampet.
Yes.
Senator Guthertz. Senator Blas. Senator Blas?
He said yes.
Yes.
On the matter of vetoed bill number 53 COR, notwithstanding the objections of Magalan Guahan, it received 12 yeas and 3 excused absence. So vetoed bill number 53 is overridden by Mina Chenta na Legislature in Guahan. Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that we adjourn, subject to the call of the Speaker.
On the motion without any objection, so ordered. Okay. Good night, everybody.